drivers asking for the live timing. If there are any issues with the stream, be sure to give me a ping. I'll see what I can do to fix it. Looking at the grid right now, it looks like we have 32 cars lined up and ready to go as of right now. Timing screen might need to update to see if there are any more to display, but that is the field as of right now. Fortunately, at the moment, I can't go back and look at the previous session. Let's see if we can find that actually. Nothing yet, but we will see the qualifying lineup once we get ready to go race here. So if drivers have a stream going, make sure that you post those in the Discord and or the YouTube channel if you're allowed to do that. Can't ever remember what the rules are anymore. But we'll want to see what's going on inside your car. It'll certainly help with race reviews. Lots been changing on the R Factor 2 front. Obviously there was quite a bit in terms of updates after the 24 Hours of Le Mans. Graphically, as you're seeing some of that, as well as under the hood, a lot of bop happening. That's really kind of thrown a wrench into a lot of teams. But it's been all for the better. Lots of good stuff that we've been seeing throughout the sim community. So we're looking forward to seeing more of that, especially with some of the new promised GT3s actually that are coming out. Ferrari actually included, but not showing up this season for VSRA. Have to check because there is a 24 Hours of Spa coming up. Haven't dug into all the details of that, but it's possible that the Ferrari might be making a show there.
Yeah, I believe one is, Rob. I don't know if you can hear me, but...
Oh yeah, we got you.
All right, great, yeah. I was going to say, you know, VOP, especially in endurance racing, it's just something you kind of have to deal with. Sort of cost of doing business or just part of the game cliche you can enter in there. But yeah, it's nice to see R Factor 2 making progress. I will say that.
Getting some love.
Love and, you know, maybe a little whip cracking from some top level drivers saying, hey, this needs to be like this or this needs to be like this. But, you know, I think we all love this sim. That's why we're here. And, you know, hopefully making it better through different means, different pressures. Well, it's just going to benefit the whole sim community. So glad you've been keeping up on that. I saw the June roadmap and I was like, I'll read it later.
Yeah. I mean, obviously the roadmap is something where they're going to do a little bit of grandstanding for themselves and the old pat on the back, which for the 24 hours it was kind of deserved. They definitely went through a lot to get that whole thing ready and going. Oh, I see that the session has just ended, so we should be seeing the grid line up here very shortly, and we'll be getting those results from qualifying up and going so you can see where your favorite driver or teammate is starting. See Sam Bentley already spamming the chat. Thank you, Sam. Always good to hear from you.
To get him an Alex Tunbridge t-shirt if he doesn't have one already.
Alex Tunbridge t-shirt. Alright, so drivers are getting lined up on the grid. Let's see get this starting order up and going. Alright, so at the front of the field, James Juba is taking over for that LMP2 grid. Behind him, Ibrahim Khan there in third. Tyus McKenzie, Peter Schoenemann for Sim Apex. And a couple of drillers back behind. Martin Hemmingsen, surprised to see him on the grid this time, but he's making a showing. That should be interesting. Nick De Silva, Felix Newberger, Mark Vermeer, and Ferreos down there for the other Gramelli team. And that rounds out the top 12. Shorter grid for the LMP2. It's a little bit surprising. On the GTE front, Jesper Eriksson, Mika Hakimi with a rousing time to get up there right on that front grid position from the front row. Pleva back in third, McKibben and Benet, 5th and 6th, Rogier Decline, 7th, and Matthew Fennell in 8th. Aslan and Pasquale, 9th and 10th, Sky Paula and Lunval with Solo Racing. Surprised to see them so far back on the grid, especially when they've got that championship points standing right up at the front. But
you are allowed to disengage your pit limiter to catch up.
Race control, letting people know that basically get lined up, you know, so we can get this thing started properly.
Yeah. Yep. Nobody wants to have too staggered of a start or accordion start for sure, especially with two different classes going on.
Yeah, it's gonna be a pretty good race now. Turn one, obviously, that's gonna be the hot zone. No orange zones or anything called for this one, but I think we're gonna see you guys go out right on the first lap.
I hope not. I mean, it's a 4-hour race. I was actually doing a wee bit of strategy work, so we're looking at roughly about probably 6 pit stops, 5 to 6 pit stops. 5 definitely if you can stretch the fuel mileage. But again, the way the pit stops work here in VSRA, where you can utilize tire changes and fueling at the same time, to me it's going to make more sense to just do the 6 pit stops, you know, and sort of just use everything up, because there is no time penalty and there's no real, not to say that there's no real, but there's just no real reason to try to double stint tires in that regard. Because you're really not getting a penalty. So I'm looking at 6 pit stops and 4-hour race. I'd hate to see some people have it end in the first turn. So hopefully we can be a little measured here.
All right, well said. Yeah, and they're coming around the final corner where the Nordschleife connects on.
LP2s, get ready. Great flag.
And here we go. Final round of VSRA Season 1. Oh, and already we've got a big accident on the front stretch. They didn't even make it down to turn 1.
Oh, that's going to take out pretty much the whole third and part of the second row, if I'm not mistaken.
Wow, that was unreal. I was not expecting that.
Not on a straightaway.
GTEs, get ready.
See if we can catch that again. So there's some weaving back behind between the drillers and the net race. I couldn't see which one that was. Wow.
I believe it was Jan Katau in that Seawolf net race car, because I'm looking at the standings right now, and he is well down in the order, in 11th. They don't think he'd start. They started that low, so that's definite misfortune and advantage Ibrahim Khan and James Zuba.
Yeah.
And Timothy Andonovsky. They're going to have a big getaway.
And then all that excitement, of course, the GTE field has started, and they are a little bit more managed by comparison. All of
Seems to
them.
be the case sometimes there, Ross. That the GTE cars, because you don't have all that extra speed and extra downforce, guys tend to take it a little bit more measured at the start, for sure.
We've got a caution. Looks like McKenzie's off. And that is out of turn 1, it looks like. Yeah, Yokohama sign. So it looks like he was just kind of overrun there. Gets back going, no issues. Meanwhile, back in the GTE field, there is a bit of switch up. As you see, Pleva, he's now down into 8th. As Ben Button has gotten by in that BMW just ahead in that OSR team. It's always interesting to see what these guys are going to do just going down into turn 1, because you can do a big long dive, maybe getting away with it.
I remember the old F1 races, those guys would always be just cavalier on those brakes as late as you possibly could be, and I'm sure a lot of these guys are going to be trying to do the same thing. Like we had a P2 off there, but he was able to get it back on. Light blue car, not sure if that's the Gentleman Racers.
Now Ferreras with the other Grimelli team just ahead of this group.
Ooh, big oversteer there by Schoenemann.
Looks like Hemmingson has made up a position. Not too surprising. He's, as you see a battle going on behind him. Ooh, and it looks like, is that the Corkscrew team just...
But he bit a lot of curve there. Hemmingson did. It's not going to help your lap time.
Wow, that's, there's an awful lot of, yeah, Corkscrew back behind them. That's Nick Da Silva. And that car was all over the place, really working those tires early on. Not necessarily what you want to do at this track.
Yellow flag in sector 3. Cleared now. Yeah, it seems a lot of these, the P2 drivers, from what I've been able to see, they're just, they really get the back end happy. They set the back end, I feel like, very loose, so they can really slide the car, which, again, if they were made to save tires, if there was a penalty for ruining your tires, more so than just ruining your tires, that the R Factor 2 model does, I don't think we'd see as hectic a driving as what we see. Ooh, there goes that Sim Apex car of Schoenemann. He's been fighting that car all afternoon. Afternoon consisting of basically 5 minutes. But hopefully this isn't a, forbearance of things to come.
Yeah, that was a kind of surprising thing to see from them. Just he's usually a little bit more stable than that, but maybe it's just that corner he got out of sorts as Hemmingson picks up another spot into 4th place now. So he's gotten by Felix.
Hemmingson is I was just going to say, Hemmingson is a hard charger, especially early on in the race. Go ahead there, Ross.
Just pointing out he's now ahead of Felix back behind. Trying to to see where he is. So he's, yeah, a little under 10 seconds behind the podium racers.
And again, that gap, just because we had a huge incident, basically on the first, what would you say, 300 feet
yeah.
of the start, where one car got dangerously close to the wall, overcorrected across the track, and unfortunately took out another car. I believe that was Mackenzie and Kitao that were involved in that, but I'm pretty sure it was Mackenzie, but don't quote me on the Kitao one necessarily.
And surprisingly enough, they managed to gather back up, because we saw Schunemann down in 12th place. He's running last, so all those drivers were able to kind of pull their boots up and just kind of get back into the racing. So obviously not too much damage there. It looked like cars were just sort of knocked about, not really hitting anything in particular, which is good. I mean, they're able to stay in it and make the most of these 4 hours. Oh, and we see a penalty for Linus Lundvall and Timotej, I'm going to try this one, Andonovski.
Andonovski.
Yeah.
Timothy Andonovski.
And Hemmingson and Alex Tunbridge. All of them getting penalties. I'm not sure if that's for track extensions or if maybe that's... It could just be an error on the timing screen here, but if that's for real, then I don't know what to say about that.
It's got to be for something, because Andonovski's running P3. That's going to be devastating to him, to the Macedonian there. He's just not going. I mean, he's running in P3 right now in the top category, so it's going to be bad. Also, Lundvall running P2 in GTE. Oh, look at that. Unfortunately, Andonovski there got caught up by that GTE traffic right there. And Khan's going to be able to take advantage, stretch that lead out just a little bit more from P2. As our leader in P2, James Zuba, is literally working the midday traffic over there in the European time zone. As we see Andonovski.
I'm sorry to cut you off, Tyler, but...
Oh my.
Bit of an incident going on. I did get an update from Alex Skinner. He's saying that penalties that are being applied are from last race, as we did see.
Yeah.
So let's see if we can figure out what happened with some of these.
Turned into a bit of a carpet down there, turn one there.
Yeah, it just, oh.
Nice recovery though by Linus. Unfortunately,
that was, yeah. He. Oh, and we see his teammate off in the background getting around.
Ooh, yep, there's dreaded Porsche oversteer. And I realized last round too, I was incorrect saying that BMW has a lot of understeer early on. It has a lot of understeer, or later on. It's a lot of understeer early on because of the weight and how the weight's distributed. It actually gets better and better as the run goes on. So, self-edit myself. So we should look to see a lot of these BMWs, if they are suffering from understeer early on, start to improve markedly as the fuel burns off on that car, which is the antithesis of what usually happens with the 911.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, the interesting approach from two very different German manufacturers.
Hemmingson in the pits now. Did he have a penalty he needed to serve?
If not him personally, it might be for the team from the last race. If it's about 30 seconds, so 20 seconds. Can't see it being for fuel. Seems awfully early for that, but there are a few drivers getting service for repairs on the car and just changing tires while they're at it. Yellow in Sector 1. Looks like Vermeer and Decline. Let's see if we can latch on to what was happening there. Ooh, just a pinball through all of that.
Oh man. Yeah, he almost. Unfortunately, that car's gonna be tilt right now.
Yeah.
With the old pinball reference, it's definitely gonna be on a tilt. So, fortunate there for Mark Vermeer.
And I missed what happened to Roger Decline, but he also had a bit of a moment. He's currently down in 13th, so about halfway through, actually lower than halfway through. Oh, and we see a big wreck in the foreground. Cars are all over the place.
Ooh, he too. Even gets it from behind there.
And that was so scattered, I couldn't even tell what the heck happened.
I think it was one independent event and a lot of avoiding action that was overreaction, if that makes sense.
Oh, yeah.
So, yeah, clip. And then spin. Because I don't think the P2 got into him at all. And there's just a lot of avoiding action from people as they're coming up on the chaos that seem to lead the way here at the Nurburgring.
Yeah, that was...
We have a...
That was weird. That was a strange situation.
Yeah. Well, I think we're going to see a lot of strange stuff because, I mean, to me, the Nurburgring, it's one of those classic. I mean, obviously, it's part of the Nordschleife, but you have this sort of classic style FIA grade track that don't have a lot of runoff in certain areas. You have a lot of grass. You have a lot of high curving. So you're going to have drivers that are going to get caught off or caught out, especially if they're used to maybe a more gentle, hilky style circuit.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, for sure. It's yeah, it's a little different from what we've seen, but certainly a track that many of these drivers know. Some of them have actually been here. As we see Felix go wide there.
Yeah, Newberger get in there deep. So we have a yellow in sector 2. Cleared. Saraceno was moving up early and then sort of held station and then around.
It looks like, oh yeah, that looks like just a little bit of weight transfer on his own.
And those BMWs, they will can overload those tires because of that weight distribution, unevenness in that car, much more so than a Porsche at this stage in the run, about 15 minutes in. It's not as thinly balanced to say like a Corvette. Those BMWs, though they are racing cars, just seem to have just a very awkward weight transfer early on in the run. But again, it gets much better as the run goes on.
Riding on board with Riley McKinley, who's sort of been in and amongst some action. You can see he's right behind some GTE action right now. As the core team Porsche goes a little bit off in front of him. I believe that's Jan Pacami. Sorry, Pacormi.
I don't know if it's just me, the two, Ross, but that Corvette needs an American flag on it somewhere.
It's, I mean, it almost sort of does. It's got the red, white, and blue going, but,
The big old glory on the hood, maybe. But, it is Independence Day over here in the States, so we might be a little biased. But, yeah, Riley McKibben giving that team, MRIT, Grimelli TE outfit car, the, B7R. A good ride here as he's been able to pick up a position strong. Way to hold that strong position, strong move on the outside of turn one. Nice job, Mr. McKibben.
Jeff Closey also picking up a position now as he works his way past, looks like Ben Crooks back, or sorry, not Ben Crooks, the 80N. Is that 80N? Trying to find where he is now. Oh no, it's, who is that? Ben Crooks is, no, that is Ben Crooks. I'm used to seeing him in BMW. The Millennial Falcons, that's right. For some reason I was thinking that was the ADN team, but yeah, so a little move there, and now McKibben is starting to look a little bit too. Porsche's in trouble. Oh, and we've got another incident down at the chicane, collecting one of the driller's cars this time. And it looks like it's Hemmingson.
Yes, it does look to see. It does seem to be Hemmingson there. Involved in an incident. I think it was Schoenemann spinning?
Yep.
Yeah. Yep. Oh, that's just, Yep. Hard to say there. Peter breaks on the left.
Yeah, not really anything Martin could do. I mean, he was pulling out. It was a bit of a tough angle to get the full story, but that kind of looked like it was on Peter through there.
Yeah. Unfortunate. And it's just unfortunate that they've been struggling so much with this car today. Peter's already been spinning, it seems like, on a fairly regular basis. Big movement on the front end of that car there, as he's got to correct coming out of that banked turn there here at Nurburgring. Yeah, just hard to see, because usually that team, the Sim Apex team, is usually about midfield for the most part. You have Kitao in the pits. Jan Kitao led a majority of our last round at Istanbul. Oh,
Yeah,
Jeff
for
close
sure.
up, off.
No idea what happened with him. This little battle pack has been going on for some time. So yeah, it was the four of them. And he just kind of let loose right on his own in front of McKibben.
Yeah. Maybe some air got taken off him, because there's about 4 cars in a NASCAR style Talladega draft going through that corner. I'm sure the arrow was like, I have no arrow. But yeah.
So he comes into the pits. It looks like he might have gotten something off of that. And the car looks a little bit ruffled up on the sides, but I think at this point he might just have ruined tires. It's too bad for that IDOS team because they were kind of holding in there, getting some good racing in.
Yeah, unfortunate for them. Sure, Alex Skinner will be re-strategizing how to take advantage of this early pit stop and hopefully get his team back up to the front.
Ankatau having a small issue just a bit ago, and now he's further back down in 9th place. Not too bad for that team, but I'm sure he's still in the hunt looking for a little bit more. The other Seawolf team, Ibrahim Khan, up in 2nd place. They're trying to do their best to get back onto the podium in points. Schoeneman's around again right at the final corner.
Ooh, that's not a good place to have it spin. It was late corner though, but yeah.
We saw him in the background when we were just following along with the Seawolf car, and he seemed to be doing fine, but it looks like he was moving around a little bit after he got it going again, so he might have had some damage from before. Just as Jeff Closey is now out of the pits as well. Now Felix drops a position to button up ahead in the Corkscrew team, and Ferreos also loses a position as Martin Hemmingson now is starting to get back into it. So an early pit stop moving Martin back through the field, but now he is back into full charge mode, trying to get that thing up there.
Yeah, we'll definitely be seeing Katau and Hemmingson start to move through this field very rapidly, I'm sure, once they start to catch up. We should be closing in too on 2 pit stops here, probably in the next
5-10 minutes,
about
right?
15. Yeah,
15 minutes, yeah.
15-ish minutes. So that'll also be something to watch. See who's able to sort of manage the lighter fuel load on this. Is my lord, look at that Falcon run.
Yeah. Pulling away and stretching out this small battle pack coming through here. Schoeneman is now into the pit, so hopefully he'll be able to get that damage fixed. Alex Jones towards the back of this group. He managed to pick up a position, so he passed that Porsche back there. I believe that's Skypala. Ooh, no, and Jeff Closey is now having some more issues after he comes out of the pits.
Oh, that's heartbreaking for him. He was having such a good race up until...
Yeah, he'll have to button down and get it going again.
Just came out of the pits too. So we have Peter Schoeneman into the pits now as well. But Closa just came out of the pits, if I'm not mistaken. Correct, Ross?
Yeah. He.
I wonder if it's cold tires.
That seemed to be it. Yeah, because he was off in the Yokohama S section, just kind of coming back in through what is that? The Mercedes Arena. Actually, it was where he was really having the trouble. So I think because that is a bit trickier part of the track, and obviously if it's cold tires, that can kind of throw you off. It didn't look like anyone was around him. Alex Jones up a position into 13th, 25th overall. Not that Alex Jones. This track always, it puts a smile on your face watching it, because you'll see these guys really start to push the limits of the car, because it is so smooth and winding, and you can you always just feel like, you know what, I think I can push it just a little bit more through there. So you're constantly seeing the edges of the curbs and some of the dust get kicked up around here, and just it's really good racing. As you see a little bit more exciting racing through the chicane. Back through the foreground there, it looked like one of the Porsche 991s was going through.
Yeah, this track's always been to me a very. It's got a very good blend of technical and high-speed aesthetic.
It's one of the few ones that actually has decent banking for a road course. I mean, the only other one that kind of gets up this much is Zandvoort, is as far as that banking goes.
No, it's again, if I'm not mistaken, Nurburgring isn't too far from Cologne, which is getting up toward the Netherlands. Although I might be completely wrong on my German geography, which is a high probability, but yeah, definitely it's always nice when you see a road course that utilizes some banking and accentuates the natural terrain.
Mm-hmm. And obviously, there's quite a bit of interesting natural terrain off and the outer loop of this track. Which, there will be another racing series that is going to run these P2s and GT3s off on the Nordschleife, so that will be interesting to see. 24 hours. We saw a penalty being handed out to Blaine Huey. So that would be 4 track extensions. I'm wondering if maybe he took too many trips off through the chicane.
No cutting now, Ben. But yeah, that'll be devastating for him because he's sitting there in V3 for the GTE class cars. Nice livery on that BMW.
Yeah, the OSR team does a pretty good job with their paint, and certainly this is no exception. But yeah, that I'm wondering if they're trying to appeal any of that right now. If he maybe had to go evasive for any one of those track cuts.
I mean, that's the golden rule: is don't come in until you absolutely have to serve the penalty. Don't give it up on track at all, because if you do, it's harder to get that back. So appeal until pretty much the last lap that they say, come in now or we're going to stop scoring you, and then you come in.
Just looking through some of the chat comments, and about what I expected. Here's our overall in class leader for LMP2, James Juba. He's currently leading ahead of the man in the background there. He's getting caught behind one of the core Porsche 991s. Just going through there, Ibrahim Khan. There he is.
Although Ibrahim has been able to shrink that lead down, because it was up to 7 seconds, I want to say about 10 minutes ago, and been able to shave off about 2 seconds, so it could be related to traffic, but Khan, one of the starters from the front row, putting in a good showing for that, I believe it's a Seawolf car.
Yeah, and they have a lot to make up here. Obviously, having a drillers in front of them is not going to be useful for the championship points, but whatever they can make up will get them into the podium position and some cash. As we see Roger Decline making a pass there for 8th place, and now he's got Baloff ahead of him, although the pass isn't quite finished yet. Still a little bit of almost nip and tuck. God, that battle pack is still good.
Yeah.
Big lockup. Oh, and a little bit of a tap.
And around goes Decline, unfortunately. Oh.
They can never catch a break. It's really a shame because we've seen that pink Corvette up at the front in races past, and we know that they have the pace, so to see them back in midfield and sort of like B and C class racing is a little bit disappointing, as we see Ben Dutton now around at the chicane.
Yeah, it's always the luck bug that seems to bite one, if not both, of the Bolas Negro cars, unfortunately.
So this is a replay of Ben Dutton, seeing if we can catch him. It looks like he's on his own. Oh yeah, just cooks it way too much.
Might be a little netcode. Yeah. Might have been a little netcode stuff happening because the car was moving and shaking around going down that stretch, but you definitely see that being the case where you kind of have that little frame stutter and then you're like, oh crap, my braking point was about 15 feet behind me.
So Ben currently in 4th. That didn't help him. It's quite a bit of a gap between him and the positions around him, so he's just kind of got to hang in there right now and do what he can to make pace. Taking a look at where some of the drivers are right now. Laps in for LMP2. Juba and Khan, the big heavyweights at the front, but keep an eye for Hemmingson because he's probably going to get those drillers up there, assuming he can keep it on track. But Corkscrew definitely making waves there in the 3rd and 4th place position. That'll be interesting to watch for the rest of the race. Of course, you've got the GTE side of things with Ericsson and Eidos leading the way. Followed by Alice Pleva, Blaney Heary, who's potentially having to serve that penalty. You can see him kind of on screen right there. He still hasn't come in. So we'll catch up on that and see if anything's happening with that. But Hakimi in 4th place is standing ready to take that position away as soon as that gets sorted out. Only about half an hour into this thing. And it's been exciting so far.
Yeah, it has been. Looking at the timing stand and trying to see if we got some good battles to focus in on. I would say in P2, in LMP2, it's looking like the battle between Dionysus Farao and Mark Vermeer might be heating up, as Dionysus is about 2.5 seconds behind. So that'll be a battle to take a look at, and pretty good battle between Ben Crooks, Riley McKibben, and Alexander Jones in GT for the. Oh my, I'm gonna have to calculate this out a different way. It's race view. 8th, 9th, and 10th position. We also have Kalle Lestola and Jan Porkany. Oh, here comes Blaine. Blaine's coming in. Blaine Geary coming in to serve that penalty.
he's going to end up losing quite a few spots. I mean, this little battle pack here is going to make up for it. Who's that coming up? TCS off? No.
Not. Now it's showing Blaine's back out on track.
Just riding along here with Alex Jones. And again, like you were saying, this battle pack has just been going on. It's about midfield for GTEs. And
yeah, I believe it's 8, 9, and 10-ish. Ross. Oh, double lockup.
Yeah.
Synchronized, I should say.
These guys are not leaving anything on the table. They are racing like it is a sprint race, and you know what? More power to them. Let's make the last one good.
Yeah, Ben Crooks is about is that probably 2 tons or more worth of American muscle, just angry and loud behind him, trying his best.
Ooh, little slot move there. That was cheeky.
Wow.
That's the
Knowing your car right there. Nice job.
that's the
That
19
was.
drillers. So that's supposed to be the car of
Timothy Andonovsky.
supposed to be Tatuhe as his partner. Hopefully he'll be able to jump in there. That'll be another interesting battle group to see because, I mean, currently they're down in 9th place, so they're far and away from the rest of the group, but with Jamie Tatuhe in there, they should be able to climb the order pretty quickly, although it is stiff competition up through that group. We'll just barely move away from that group real quick as we look towards the back of the grid as Jeff Close loses another position. This is to Pasquale.
Lock up there from Closa, but yeah, that car's not been the same since about the say about the 3 hour and 40-minute mark. As we have Saraceno going around sector 2, got it back on the right direction. Oh, and Otto Scapala having a little off-track excursion as well.
He's going to lose a spot to Alex Tunbridge now, up to 14th. DDoS has a lot to gain here. Certainly have a lot to lose because they're currently sitting up, I think, in 4th or 5th place in the championship, and you know they got a good chance here to potentially get up into podium position, but it's going to take a big rally at this point to be able to do that. We're starting to see some P2 pit stops happening. There's Inanovsky.
Yeah, it'd be right around the time. I'm betting the next lap through we get a lot more takers for certain. Yep.
There goes
Have
Ibrahim
one of the,
Khan.
P-Wolf. That's P2 coming in, yep.
Watching Rajir decline, who's now just picked up a position from Yampakomi. It's up to 12th place for class. And Riley McKibben is now moving up, so this little group is evolving. The Millennial Falcons losing out of position.
Oh, lock up in front of the P2. Late corner. That's got to put some hair on your chest for sure.
That was.
Ooh. Is that the 27? Oh my goodness.
Oh no, and Yan Katao has a DNF. Looks like a disconnect.
Oh.
So he's back in the pits. Hopefully they can get that thing going again. Hamilton up to 4th place as he gains a position ahead of Felix Nurburgring again after having his spin around and his trip through the pits earlier on. Khan is now out of the pits. It looks like he's fallen back to 6th place currently, but actual position should update him. He'll still hold on to that 2nd place spot. He's only about 65 seconds.
Our leader Ross is in the pits.
Juba in getting service. So pit cycle's going through. It shouldn't upset too much in terms of the standings, certainly in the top 3, but we'll see how that shakes out. And with another about 15 to 20 minutes for our GTEs to come in, there's still quite a bit going on out there. As Ben Dutton has, he's just stopped. I thought maybe
on the track.
Thought maybe that was so this is unusual.
We had we had Felix Nurburgring and Martin Hemmingson come into the pits while Ben Dutton is setting his electronics, we'll say.
Yeah, it's the best I can guess. And it looks like he is out, so real quick, there's Vermeer, he's also in, as is Diagnosis. Ooh, very close right there. Hemmingson is away, almost hits Farios. You know, Aslan is now coming in.
That's pretty early for a GTE.
Yeah, with a short stock set 4-hour race, you generally want to keep to that. I mean, you can't really do much with an over or undercut. I mean, I suppose you could work a strategy out of it. It's just, it doesn't usually work in your favor. I mean, things kind of have to go your way.
Yeah, I was thinking about that as Khan's just set a new fast time for Sector 1 for the race. But yeah, I was thinking about that, and to be honest, I'd probably have my slower driver in for the first 2, since everything's packed together and you'll effectively lose less track position. My faster guy in for the final stint. Khan sets the fastest lap for the race, 1:43.4. But yeah, I mean, to me, I would always put my I would always have my probably my slower driver in for, if I could, have him qualify it and then have him run the first 2 stints out, because you'd effectively lose less track position that way.
Right.
But
yeah, there's certainly a strategy to starting in the back you see it across various motorsport. I know with different leagues that I've ever been involved in. If as drivers who even have the pace to be up at the front, they they might just hang back knowing that, hey, you know, turn one here is going to be kind of a crapshoot. So I'm just going to try and hang back, conserve, and let the chaos happen in front of me. I'll move on by and just see what I can do coming out of that, make up some positions nice and easy, and then, you know, really start, you know, punching it through the clock as you go into the second half of the race. Another very quick time for Ibrahim Khan.
Although James Zuba's been able to basically get on the same pace as Nick De Silva's in the pits. He was in the pits earlier on out of P1. He'll come out net, should come out net P3. Get an eye on that here real quick, which will then cycle everybody, well, most people, through the pit stop cycle, outside of, I believe, Schoeneman for sure. Still showing Nick De Silva in the pits, so very interesting.
Yeah, I think that's the tower bug that we have seen with the Studio 397 overlays. Hopefully they'll be able to get a fix for that before too long.
Oh no, I was looking off race view actually, Ross, and no, he was in the pits for real and popped out in P4, so a bit longer a pit stop than I would have expected. Maybe heavier load of fuel. I can't imagine it. Either that or just a slow in lap. So he'll really need to pick it up on the out lap. But lost the place to Martin Hemmingson, who's now on the podium.
As there is Hemmingson, who's also putting down some very fast laps. So those top three are getting some flyers in, even around traffic. So far, between classes, it's, from what we've seen anyway, it hasn't been too bad. There's certainly been some interesting moments. As you see Hemmingson come up on some battling GTEs, got solo and oh okay. Looked like an interesting split with that camera view there, but that solo Porsche went off into the pits.
Yeah, we're starting to see more and more of the GTE guys coming to the pits as I'm trying to get a handle on that. But what you were saying, it's about a 12-second gap, give or take, teams, at least in race pace, to the GTEs.
Fennell making up a position. Up now into 15th. Ben Dutton continuing to drop down the order. Calistola is up a position, it looks like. Looks like there's a little bit of bouncing around here at the back. I'm guessing this is all from the pit cycling.
Did get confirmation that Ben Dutton's back on track from race control. So. Yeah, that'll be a shame for him. He's dude's running, if I'm not mistaken, up into the top 3 and going to be mired all the way back and last a lap down in class.
Yeah, that's kind of a big punch right there. Looks like there's a bit of a battle up in front of Jan right now between DDoS and trying to pick out who that is. I think that's Aslan.
Yeah, Nabil Aslan, yeah. Although Aslan's closing in on Tunbridge quite quickly as well.
On board with Tunbridge, and that is a
Yep.
camera full. So he's under pressure.
Angry Nabil Aslan behind him.
It's close. Now that is.
Oh, go ahead, Ross.
I was gonna say that should be able to give the core portion back behind a little bit of a run up to these guys if they keep battling it out.
And we just saw on race control that Dionysus Pharos has now been given a penalty, so he'll be having to go in and serve that. As I'm expecting to see him maneuver down here at the turn, maybe? Yep. Late brakes. Oh, nice job, Nabil.
So he gets it done. Tunbridge back to 10th. And he may be having some... looks like he's far enough up. Now you were saying that the BMW comes alive a little bit later on. Seems to not be the case for Alex. He might have had a little too much Guinness this morning. Not quite all on the track rate as we're used to seeing him. Of course, not to take away from any of these guys around him, they're all very good racers.
Indeed. The thing is with the BMW, it's how you set it up. You can make the BMW really, really be a peach earlier in the run via setup, but will murder you late to the point where you're just like, I want out of the car. So that might be what if Alex is having right now if he hasn't come in for his pit stop yet. Yeah, it's the BMW to me, BMW and the Porsche, and again, this is pre 397 BOP nowadays. I need to put my engineering hat back on, race strategy, race engineer hat back on to set up one of these cars again. But yeah, pre BOP, you had the ability to make these cars basically be evil twins of each other depending upon how you wanted to set them up. They could either be a very, very nice car to drive or a very, very bad car to drive.
John Bennett doing battle here with Auto Skypala as they're getting swamped by some of the front row LMP2s.
That was a very decisive maneuver by that P2 on both those vehicles.
Oh,
There's a nasty curve.
easy position for John, though. He managed to get through without much issue, although there's a bit of a cork in the bottle right now.
And then again, another P2. Might have been our leader, James Zuba, if I'm not mistaken. Going by. And seems that Pete Schoeneman has been able to settle down that P2, get it working in good fashion for him, albeit off the pace, but good to see him not spinning.
Yeah. Yeah, he was definitely struggling with it. Going back to Skypala, who we saw struggling a little bit as that traffic came through. Let's keep an eye on this battle up in front of him. He doesn't look terribly comfortable with the car late into the stint here.
A little bit of on-power oversteer, it seems. But going into the corner, it seems like it just doesn't rotate the way he's wanting it to. Riding along with Scapala here, as much as he would like, kind of having to really input that. And see, he's kind of drifts out a little bit there, and he's just not able to get the decisive turn in. Oh, we got too much turn in, influenced by the throttle there. But yeah, not the turn in that he really wants. So, and again, that might be a little bit of the fuel causing a little bit of a push there, but I gotta think I missed a little bit in the diff setting.
Well, it is the end of the stint too, so I mean, considering some of the scrapes he's got on the car, I mean, he might have just been really putting it through its paces, and yeah, is just trying to get through the end of the stint now. Good battle going on here with Vermeer and Ferreos. Fortunately showing back to Schoenemann instead of the one that we actually want to see. Thank you, Studio 397.
I can get you a gap if you'd like a gap. 0.3 of a second.
And you can see it up ahead.
Yeah.
Vermeer and McKenzie. So this is a bit of a battle pack here for 7th, 8th, and 9th. The LMP2, which is towards the back of their grid.
Unfortunately, Dionysus is going to lose gobs of time because he got stuck to that behind that GTE. So this is going to give Vermeer, who's been running 7th, 6th, and 5th roughly all day, a chance to close in on Matthias McKenzie, who's had his excursions, as we see right there, on and off the track, for certain today.
It's great watching them down through here. Oh no, it goes way wide. Net Racer's car. Seawolf just teasing that invite in front of TCS off.
Yeah.
We got a yellow in sector 1. Trying to see what that might be for. Looks like it's just a bit of some slow sliding through turn 1. Not sure who that is. Just a quick temporary yellow, no issues. Break away from that battle. Looks like Dutton has gained a position from Pacomi. So this is at the back of the order. He's pulled himself back up, but I think that was because so he's actually at the end of the field. Yan Katao still out. He's not been able to rejoin. See Gergo Baloff coming out. So he's out of the pits now. Another GTE who's gone in.
You know, those BMWs were able to really go a lot farther, but it will take a lot longer to fill up because the size of the tank on the BMW is just massive.
Yeah. Yeah,
Good to see Gregor though having a good run. He had a tough go in Istanbul. Oh no, Otto.
Sky Paula bringing out the sector caution. Was just all off on his own. He seems to have been doing that a little bit, so he's just getting a little bit too jumpy in the throttle, or just maybe his brake bias is such that he's just going in too deep into the corners.
I think, again, I think with what it is they missed on the differential setup. So the way that's going to work is you'll be able to influence how the car is able to sort of maneuver around the turn. And I think he's trying to influence that a little bit. Oh, watch out! Yep, no,
synchronized sliding.
Oh, all right then. But yeah, he's trying to influence that with the amount of throttle input that he's putting in, and you have such a narrow band that you can do. Oh, and he's gonna get that position back on Pasquale, as Pasquale really got mugged off by the P2s trying to come through. Remember there, Christian, hold your line. Make the P2s work for it. As Giuseppe Saracino is off again, but I believe it was just a one-car incident. Hope it was a one-car incident, but yeah, Scapala's just trying to do he's trying to influence how the car turns so he can get it to work better, and I think he's just using too much. He's having to do that with the throttle instead of having the car mechanically do it for him.
Right. And that's always a tricky trade-off to get. I mean, certainly you've, with this track being so much faster and flowy, there's a lot more that you can introduce with the aero in terms of cornering. And, you know, matching that up with the mechanical grip. I mean, obviously with GTEs versus the prototypes, it's just a world of difference, because prototypes, it's all about aero. I mean, you do get the mechanical side of it too, but I mean, it's like, yeah, let's maximize that aero, because those things are just always flat out. Oh, we got a penalty for Sky Paula.
Yeah, I think muscling. It's either for the synchronized swinging, as we see Rogeri decline into the pits now. So those Corvettes also able to stretch it, because I gotta imagine that's their first pit stop. But I'm sure it's for the synchronized spinning event, or the little muscle move he gave to Pasquale to get by him during that P2 scramble.
This is not for position. No, I take that back. That was for position. The time he just hadn't caught up yet.
Oh, yep. Okay. Nice job. I stole and we have a penalty issue for Jeff Close.
Yeah, that's let's see if we can. Last what I'm seeing is the causing a collision, which was the one that we saw getting handed out. So I'm not sure what Benz is for. So an hour in, we've got James Juba still leading the way by a sizable margin ahead of Ibrahim Khan. So 20-second gap down to the Seawolf Net Racer team. And the man who's quickly driving up the order, 30 seconds behind him, but now into third, is Martin Hemmingson, a man who his middle name is Pace.
Yeah, definitely been basically rocket shipping himself up through the field ever since having to serve that earlier penalty. But I hate to say it's kind of old news. Martin, seen him race in multiple different series, and the guy's fast. He's always up toward the front, and he tends to do this on a fair bit. So I hate to say I'm not surprised, but it'll definitely be interesting as the race goes on to see if they can't use some strategy to catch up to Khan and Zuba, as realistically those two guys have been the class act here at the Nurburgring. Although James has been able to pull out about a 20-second lead on Ibrahim Khan, and it really looks as if it's Driller's and James's race to lose. But driver swaps will change this up for sure.
Yeah, absolutely. Speaking of swapping, we see Hakimi going back up into 6th place. That team has been doing really well. I mean, that's really more of the pace that we were expecting out of Mika. We've certainly seen it, especially when he would race in LMP2s. He could show really well, and then, you know, there would just be various things that would send him tumbling down the order. But right now, looking pretty good and showing some good pace for that Porsche team as he gets caught real quick by Corkscrew.
Yeah, that's gonna upset him for sure. At least good recovery to enter into this little chicane. So surprising how much curb those cars take, just bouncing like crazies. We have Ben Crooks into the pits.
And is that going to be a little bit of a poke there? Oh. Saraceno is off again. Ooh, almost right into one of the drillers. That's number 19. Who is that? Don't have all the car numbers down just yet. Andonovsky.
Which number?
19, Andonovsky.
Oh, okay, yeah.
That was a close one. Saraceno really needs to get that thing under control on the next run through the stops. I don't know if he took some damage or if...
I would say I think he did, because I think he was one of the guys that got caught up in that early race Farkas. Because we have Peter Schoenemann coming into the pits, which I believe that's a scheduled stop for him. Very interesting strategies, though, back in GTE. I'm not going to lie, I don't know what's going on necessarily, because it's BOP. The P2s, I know the P2s, that's all I need right now, but we'll figure out this stuff that's going on with the GTEs later on. But yeah, I think he did, because it's not indicative of Saraceno. Usually has pretty good car control and can get that car up there flirting with the top 10 in class.
Tim Haynes running really slowly. I'm not sure what's going on. John Bennett also having some issues. He's now up to 6 for that solo team, but yeah, that was very strange.
Is Otto Scapalla being given another penalty?
He might have been. Seen that ride go a little bit loose and crazy a couple times this race.
Indeed we have.
Here's the team we're talking about. So the 222, they 224 was the other one that got a penalty.
Oh, and Alex Skinner wants to get his car some screen time, so we should probably focus in on the GTE lead fight between Pleva and Ericsson, which is very good actually at the time. So, thank you there, Alex.
So Jesper now moving up the order into second place, chomping at the back.
Well, so Jesper was actually in the lead previously, and Pleva's taken it from him now. So Pleva's really got that Porsche hooked up, as Ido's car is seems to be dropping back a little, but still within. Oh my goodness, that was close.
Corkscrew having their own bout here, and
Yeah.
they're trying to get through this.
Indeed, and yep, there go the P2s. So back to racing, boys. But yeah, Alice Pleva in that core team, Porsche 911, and Jesper Eriksson in that Eidos Porsche 911 RSRs. Both of these cars, they got them hooked up and they got them rolling.
It's a look for a pass. It's alongside. Can't quite hold it.
Yeah, but that nice job by Pleva there. Really squatting on the apex and making Ericsson scrub a lot of speed coming out of that corner. That move alone helped him defend into turn one. If he hadn't been able to sort of set it on that first apex of the chicane there, but Ericsson though with a brilliant turn one. I've noticed the lines into turn one are so variable here, Ross. But the fact of the matter is it seems like if you're able to sort of get that two-lane out apex, you're able to make that corner, and you see what Ericsson's been able to do is really just make up all that distance on Pleva that he lost in the final sector there, that final chicane before the front stretch.
Yeah, for sure. He's although he hasn't really been able to change much of the situation at the moment. I mean, they're still matched pace for pace.
I think we should stay on this battle for sure, Ross, but I do want to let the viewers know, too, that Felix Nurburgring has come into the pits. He should be leaving here shortly, or he's back out on the pits, or out from the pits here soon. But Nurburgring came into the pits for some reason, and will be exiting shortly.
Not sure about that, because now it's actually timing him as DNF'd.
Alright, well then I was incorrect on that, using race view and the stuff, but as we have Ericsson again trying on the outside, Pleva gets a lot. We'll see if Ericsson's able to draw back up close. Pleva got a lot of curb on both times. Yep, Ericsson's going to be able to make a run on him down to turn one. Pleva caught too much curb on the beginning of that chicane. And I bet Ericsson tries to make a pass on the inside. He's going to go outside. He's going to dip it down low. Just not close enough. Curve there, though, for Ericsson on that first turn. So I think he's going to lose a little bit and really have to do some work to keep this distance with Pleva. Although I will say, through this quick mid to high speed corners, though, I think the Eidos car has the setup on the core but Core has better speed down the straights and a little bit better in the low-speed corners. From just my eyeball test.
Well, you think that would be just because of racing style, or maybe they've got their aero set up just a little bit differently to accommodate that?
It could be the aero, because if you think about it, less aero, you'd need less aero on low-speed corners and down the straight. So that's a possibility. It could be. Oh, that's not going to help though. Ericsson.
No, that's.
Yeah, that's gonna be interesting. All right, cool your tires, collect yourself back up, and go back to the fight. Ooh, Shoneman almost I guess clips the front end of that. But yeah, you'd be utilizing less of that aero, especially in the lower speed corners. And again, lower aero would help you on the straight, but yeah, there could be some difference too. Honestly, it'd be nice to see if we could get a driver's POV of the steering wheel. Might be able to give a little bit more information on that. But battle right now is Jesper really likes that tight line into turn 2. We're riding along with Jesper Eriksson, and I'm going to try and give you an analysis that's not going to be too bad. A little oversteer there from the Core car, but they definitely have that 911 hooked up there where it just rotates beautifully. He's able to kind of get in late on that turn, and the car just turns for him. Very little sawing back.
And we noticed that
Might
he's...
also be... go ahead, Ross.
He got closed right back up there pretty quickly after his little excursion.
The other thing, too, that we haven't talked about is gearing ratio, so that might be something for sure that could be different between the two cars. The Core car geared a little bit higher. The Idaho's car geared a little bit shorter, and sure Alex won't give me any hint as to what it is, because you want to keep those cards close to your chest. But yeah, definitely interesting.
Kenzie having a bit of a battle himself here. This is for 6th and 7th place, but it looked like there might have been an issue with TCS off as they were coming through that final chicane.
The Vermeer and McKenzie fight. McKenzie's done a good job to claw his way back up into almost the top 5 here, but he is off strategy for certain, as Dutton's been able to move up to P10 and P2 in the LMP2 as we move back to the GTE lead fight. And I just realized we're closing in on 2.5 hours to go.
Speaking of closing in.
Yeah. Well, there's a lot by closing in there on that shot, but...
Nicola Musiu having a bit of an issue. This actually is...
Not too far.
Yeah.
Yeah, I was going to say not too far in front of our leaders, too, so hopefully we can get it situated. Oh, big lockup from Pleva. Ericsson not able to take advantage. Just katana cuts by some of these P2s, but as race control said earlier, outside move.
He makes it happen.
Slight track extension, though. So the stewards will have to take a look at that.
Oh, keep it clean, guys. It's going well so far. Can he fight back?
I think he's got it going in. Again, I think it's that gearing difference on these cars. But Jesper able to Keep it by the quarter panel, not there, but you're going to make it work. All right.
Great racing by both of these guys. They managed to keep off of each other.
Taking it all the way down to the pit wall. Yep, Core definitely has it geared differently because he's been able to basically just pull up and almost pull away. See if this outside maneuver works. Jesper makes the car wide though. Yeah. Good defense, clean defensive driving right there from Jesper. Just driving him out a little bit. But we'll see if he's able to walk away. But yeah, that Core car's got to be geared differently.
I think he might have tried to use a little bit of that low-end torque to drive out of the complex, and he got a little bit tail happy. And he's started to fall away now. I don't know that he's going to be able to catch that IDOS car because he'll probably sit not too far behind, but I mean, he's just really had Ericsson's just really had good pace, as you see once again.
Oh, that'll help though.
Yeah.
Oh, no. And that has evaporated, unfortunately. As Andonovsky from P5 into the pits. In the LMP2 category, Aslan into the pits for the GTEs. He's out of, I believe it was 8th.
Wanted to point out McKibben now.
Driver's change. Yeah, sorry. Go ahead. Go ahead, Ross.
No, I was just saying McKibben now up to 6th.
Good. Riley's had a good race from the start. So Timothy Andonovsky out of the car today, and Jamie Tatui in the cars. Will be interesting to see if Tatui can claw up any more on De Silva, who he'll be fighting with for net P5, P4 position.
So this battle for 5th place with McKenzie and Vermeer has really not cooled off too much as we pull a little bit away from that GTE battle. And yeah, they're really throwing it through these corners. They should be coming up on their pit stops again here before too long.
Vermeer probably within the next two, maybe 3 laps. McKenzie, oh, Peter Schoenemann around. Oh, stay wide. I think McKenzie, yeah, McKenzie should be coming up here too, because I'm looking at the broken pit counter, which is actually a nice feature for seeing how long the car's been out there, believe it or not. As yeah, Khan's coming into the pits, so I would say within the next lap or two, Vermeer should be into the pits as well. So Khan will drop. Back to probably about 4th, and then whenever De Silva and Hemmingson come in, unless they do a driver change, which might take a little longer, so I'm assuming they probably would. Yep, as Moore hops into the car, taking over for Ibrahim Khan.
Schoenemann off again. Oh no, and we've got a GTE off too.
Oh, big damage. It looks like a core car.
Oh, and he's lost a spoiler. Oh.
Yep, it's going to be slippy slidey time.
Back here, so Schoenemann, okay, so he just basically was reacting to Schoenemann, and unfortunately
was yellow in 10 seconds.
So full course caution coming out.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Full course yellow.
And we just saw why that happened.
And we're under full course yellow now. So this is a perfect time to come into the pits. If you're not diving to the pit road right now, you're not racing right. I'm going to just go ahead and say that, because right now is perfect. The guys it's going to hurt the most is, I mean, it won't hurt them, but it's not. You lost so much track time between Moore and Tatui for coming in when you guys did, which, I mean, you race with the strategy that you have, but yeah, unfortunately they weren't able to hold out, and full course cautions, code 80s come at very odd times. Yeah, you see Hemmingson's been able to basically leapfrog more, and the same will be happening for oh my goodness, I cannot read that name. Oh, corkscrew entry, De Silva, which that was very odd.
Yeah, looking at the team names for that, but yeah, that's played right into Hemmingson's hands, and unfortunately, Seawolf has now fallen back because they went and obviously did their pit just before the Code 80, so that really hurt them. I don't know that they're going to be able to recover from that, barring Hemmingson getting tangled up with somebody like maybe even Juba.
Yeah, it's not going to be the greatest, and honestly, I don't know when the Code 80 came out. I don't know if Zuba was past the pit lane, but it might end up. Well, no, it shouldn't. Like, the gap's big enough now. Zuba will be fine. So, but yeah, unfortunate that occurred the way it did.
Take a look at where they stand right now with our top 10. This is for LMP2. Juba, Hemmingson, Sylvia, Rob Moore now in for the Seawolf Net Racer Motorsport. They've fallen back after running very strong in second place. That's going to be a tall
Green
mountain
flag
climb.
in 10 seconds.
As we're getting ready to go back to green flag, we'll see the GTEs here real quick.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Green flag.
And believe it or not, that might be an interesting place to start, is the GTE. Oh, slow acceleration by some of these GTEs, but check in on that GTE battle and see how close. Oh, no. Oh! And just a couple of lockups. See how close play, but oh, yeah, BMW around. Number 9 around at the hairpin here.
Oh, that's frustrating when
I'll
the car.
call it. Yeah.
It's just.
So there'll be a. There you go. Right direction, under power, under control. Beautiful.
A little bit of damage on the front of that car too. Currently running back in 14th place class.
Matthew Fennell. Oh, Matt, you were doing a good job.
So there's a name that we were anticipating to be up in the field. 2A now taking guns to Vermeer. Vermeer just, he's really under attack.
Yeah. Yeah, it'll be tough too, because though you do get the advantage of coming in and losing less track position and losing less time to the person in front, during that code 80, you're also not really able to get your tires back up to temperature. Whereas Tatui, I believe his team came in 2 or 3 laps before the code 80 was enforced, and fortunately for him, big, I don't know if that was a shunt or not, but that was interesting, to say the least, as, Vermeer feels like he got punted hard, maybe, right into the pits. Maybe it was an avoiding action, but that's really going to hurt Vermeer. Drop him well back in the field. But what I was saying though, Tatui on those warmer tires, so he's definitely going to be able to get a jump and really take the fight to Vermeer there. And unfortunately, it ended up with Vermeer having to go into the pits for some reason.
Yeah, looking at that, I mean, he all but got into him, and he was full lock, throwing anchors, just trying to keep from having that devolve into something more debris-ridden. But yeah, it just worked out. I'm looking at some of the splits now, and there's really not a whole lot going on after some of that. I was kind of hoping that the Pleva-Eriksson exchange might have been able to heat up a bit more.
Yeah, I was interested in that as well, but there was either Eriksson was pulling away like a madman, or there was just something to where Pleva got caught behind or caught up in traffic and just couldn't get moving forward. Because once that code 80 comes out, you know, it freezes the field. It's supposed to freeze the gap, and you're kind of dead in the water at that point in time. Not like the American style yellow flags where they punch everybody up.
Oh yeah.
Unfortunately.
Speaking of American, Riley McKibben up into the top 5 now. Doing the Yanks proud, as he is now on the back of Blaine Heary, who's right in the mix of this LMP2 traffic. And Alex Jones isn't far off behind.
Did we ever get confirmation if Blaine had to serve that penalty?
I did not see if he did. By the way, John Bennett right up there too, by the way.
Yeah, not to dig up that old horse and beat it again, but if he did, great job by Blaine Heary, driving that car back up to P4.
Although he's going to have a hard time holding on to it. Riley is kind of laying down some good times right now, and Bennett is also not far out of view. I mean, you can see this is a 3-4-5 battle right together.
Well, there's a reason that C7R was used for almost, 15 years by Porsche, it seems like. A car it's a stout car, to be sure. Given the right BOP, it'll drive its way to the front for sure.
And I'm wondering if some of that more recent BOP has really helped these Corvettes, because they seem to be a lot stronger this race than they have in races past.
I think also too the style of track that the Nurburgring is tends to lend itself pretty well to the Corvette. Also, you have those straights, these sort of aero-dependent turns though, where you need a lot of that mid to high range power to be really put down. Sort of torque. Oh, don't get on the curb though, bud. Where that Corvette really makes hay.
For sure, and he's chasing down Blaine Heary. They seem to be holding fairly close together, although they are closing in on John Bennett up ahead. as he has a big lockup. And now we've got a poke for fourth. So this is happening. Pasquale's off. That's up at the chicane, so that shouldn't be an issue for these guys.
P2 almost made that fight for fourth a little bit more interesting than it needed to be. And yeah, Alex Jones not too far back either in that corkscrew Corvette.
So as these three are doing battle and navigating higher classes and potentially some lap traffic here, that's going to let Alex Jones, not that one, start to close in. And Grego Baloff is now off again. Trying to pinpoint where he is. You see these guys, they all got a good run through turn one. Love this view out the back when you've got guys just right close together. Kind of rear view mirror expanded edition. See corkscrew coming through and trying to get in on this. Alex Tunbridge catching a penalty, and he looks like he's serving it. Note from Liam Rance that all penalties will be reviewed post-race, so it looks like we might have some stewards having to stop off, or we're getting a lot of in-race review requests that they're having to dig through. Now that's going to...
I feel like that's... Oh, I was going to say, I feel like that's any time after a Code 80 gets done, everybody's like, he passed me before this, or he passed me before that, or he was half a car length ahead of where he should have been. So...
Big push out wide in the run up to the chicane. Maybe that Seawolf car. Now that's going to be interesting because we saw that the penalties were applied from Istanbul to this race when we had that big string of them come out early on within the first few laps. So, I mean, it could be anybody's game once we look at what the provisional results are.
Yeah, I'm assuming the way the tours will do it is any penalty during race time will be assessed, obviously, but if it's a driver-specific penalty, it might be assessed. It might be assessed to the team overall, or depending upon obviously what the penalty type is, it might carry over for the driver to the next season. So definitely interesting to see how these penalties are going to be adjudicated.
Now, I can tell you that if I were a driver here, say just outside of the top three, and I know that guys I was fighting with ahead of me managed to gain advantage by basically cheating, cutting course, knocking people out of the way, I'd be up in arms because, you know, now you've basically kept me from getting money through illegitimate ways. And I mean, yeah, it's not a whole bunch that's gonna make your bank, but at the same time, you know, it's something I would want reviewed and applied during this race.
Yeah, I think it'll have to be on a penalty style basis for certain. I don't. Again, that's why race stewards have the most unenviable job in all of sim motorsports.
Isn't that the truth? Aslan having a bit of a moment down at the hairpin.
It's surprising because Nabil was a master at Istanbul. Drove 2 cars basically up into the top 5 and raced basically that whole race for 2 different teams, and just hasn't been as high up, and hasn't been, well, early on he was, but hasn't seemed to rebounded as much as you would have expected.
And the 2 tracks not too dissimilar from each other. I mean, a little bit more elevation and roller coastering on the Constantinople side of things, but checking in with our leader in LMP2, James Juba, over 40 seconds ahead of the rest of the field. Currently Martin Hemmingson, which both drivers are very high level professionals in terms of the sim racing side of things. I'm not surprised to see them pulling away from the field and or each other, although I was hoping that they would be closer together so we could see the 2 titans start clashing.
Well, evidently there's 2 Aslans. They're brothers. I'm learning this in the chat. So evidently they're both very good. Which leaves us all no hope now. There's 2 Aslans out there. We might as well just forget about simmers. No, but both Aslan brothers had a great showing at I'll go the Byzantine route and say Constantinople, as Ross has. But yeah, we have Riley McKibben now really forcing that issue. Dare I say, making fireworks here on 4th of July. In that vet, trying to get by Erie for 4th place so he can take the charge to Bennett. But pressure from behind from Alex Jones is going to be coming up quite quick.
Yeah, he's closed that gap down. He's just been staying very steady, watching these guys trying, cloak and dagger with each other as that solo sports car up in 3rd is he's kind of dangling the carrot every time he has one of those lockups, or he sort of gets a little unbalanced by an LMP2 car coming through. These guys, you see him just kind of press a little bit more, and it's all very entertaining. It's gonna kick off here real soon as we're getting close to halfway. Tim Haynes.
So the other GTE battle though, to keep an eye on is the one that we were watching before all this chaos ensued with the Code 80. P1 and P2, Pleva has basically knocked that lead that Ericsson has had almost down to 2 seconds basically. It was, I believe, all the way up to 8 seconds after the Code 80. And he's been able to take chunks out of that. So, and you see him lurking right there behind the Seawolf P2. So Jesper Eriksson is going to be back in for a fight for that top position. And Eidos and Core are going to be crossing swords yet again on the track.
So as the LMP2 field starts to kind of cool off and spread out, GTEs are just starting to heat up, get even more exciting. So a bit of a flip-flop from the start of the race where they were a bit more orderly compared to the P2s that couldn't even wait to turn 1 before they started getting on top of each other.
The other interesting thing I'm trying to figure out here too is with the overlap of some of these strategies, even off strategies, are some of the P2s and GTEs going to be overlapping in this 3rd pit stop with coming into the pits even, which usually that doesn't occur or hasn't occurred, but with this new VOP that might add an extra wrinkle even to these late race pit stops.
You know, you bring up a very interesting point, because not only will you have different classes coming in at the same time, but at this track, we see a big wiggle by by McKibben up
yeah.
ahead. Yeah, the interesting part with the pit stops, there are shared pit boxes between the different classes, so the timing has to be just right, because there is not enough time during this endurance event to have to sit and double stack in order to get service.
Yeah, as we just saw Mackenzie head into the pits, one of those P2s that's on that off strategy. Again, it'll be very interesting to see that, and I was unaware that this pit stops or pit boxes were double stacked like that, or double booked, I should say. But yeah, definitely something that these race engineers should be thinking about, as I'm starting to think that our fuel loads are getting to that optimal level, as I'm starting to see Hemmingsen take off every couple of laps, about a second on James Zuba's lead. But I'm sure Zuba's just out there pacing himself.
Now, interestingly enough, you point that out, De Silva, he's a little bit back now from Hemmingsen, because I think Martin started putting a little bit of heat into the tires over these last few laps. I'll have to go back and look at some of the timing, but he had been kind of keeping around 10 seconds or so. Like I said, he started to come up a little bit now, but that was kind of impressive, because he was staying pace with Martin, and wasn't really getting away from him, but still close enough that anything could happen. You know, if he slips up with a GTE, or
Yeah.
you know, anything with the pit timing, we get another code 80. Definitely close enough to make a move.
Yeah, so Martin's last few laps, he's got about 10 laps on these tires, but his last few laps have been upper 45s and 44s. 45 flat and upper 44s. But his laps before that, 44.1, 44.2, 44.2. So very consistent there from Martin Hemmingsen. As I'm looking back to James Zuba's, and he's been hanging out in the mid 44s before that. Oh, that was the wrong stint. He's been hanging out actually in the mid to low 45s. There's 146 flat, and then now just starting to dip below the 45s into the 44 territory. So Martin Hemmingsen definitely putting a stronger drive in, so to speak, than James Zuba right now, for certain, as it seems like most of the P2s are able to drop into those low 44s, if I'm looking correctly. Yeah.
Oh, and we've got it's really heating up now between those GTEs, as they're the third, fourth, and fifth are right on top of each other, and there's tire smoke everywhere. Alex Jones is just watching this, sitting back, ready to pick up the pieces.
Might have to rename this race the Firecracker 4 Hour. So much action is happening right now.
The 4 on the 4th is definitely proving to be exciting. I mean, these guys have been doing this for almost this entire stint.
Yeah, it's literally been a GTE train, with sprinklings and smatterings of P2s, ducking and dicing, as Alex Jones is going to have to make way for, if that was our leader or our third place car, or second place car, but yeah. And the battle for P1 in GTE also heating up down to less than a second between Jesper Eriksson in P1 and Alice Pleva in P2 for the Eidos Core team.
So seeing a little bit of that real quick right now. That gap definitely
Not
closing
as close
down.
as we had. Oh, go ahead. Sorry, Ross.
I'm all done. Just checking quickly in with those leaders as that's starting to warm up. Still waiting for the M80 in the middle of this group to kind of go off.
We don't have screen and screen, do we? Because we might need it.
If I had it. Oh, and we've got to look. Oh, no. Riley is very much hard on the brakes. Ooh.
Oh, how did he save that? That car was going straight into Blaine Erie. Fair play to Riley, though. Giving him room on the outside.
Somebody's sitting off there. It looks like that's Nikola Musui.
Good job to come back on track after the battle. Oh, that was a little poop your pants moment there from Riley earlier on.
His tires are probably hot enough they could start fusion for as long as he had them locked up. Oh, and then Alex Jones trying to look deep down on the inside. They get together. Jones is sideways. I think he might have
Jones
pushed the
around.
issue just a little bit.
Unfortunately, the way the curbs are set up on that chicane, not a good place to force an issue like that. Because your car will get so unbalanced there. But great job with that overtake. Both cars, Blaine Heary and Riley McKibben, for not killing each other. A little cheeky move there by Blaine, but not terrible. Blaine's already got the turn in, and unfortunately Alex just should have stomped on the brake a little bit harder. He had you covered off there, bud. But nice job not losing too much time on the recovery and getting that car back onto the track safely by Alex Jones. Although it looks like he's going to be under assault from, what was that, Gregor Bilal now.
Yeah, he's right there. And Rogier Decline is not far away either. So that's hurt him, and they're getting to the end of this tire stint, I believe. I think all three of these guys are on the same strategy, same stint timing anyway. So another battle group starting to kick in.
Indeed. And I'm also taking a look at that P1 battle for GTE, and it seems like Jesper Eriksson has been able to turn up the wick, or Pleva's dealing with a unruly car, more unruly than what he's been able to handle previously, as that leads ballooned back out to a second. And also, I think if we need anything more cleared up, Ross, I think you're getting some DMs in the TeamSpeak you should take a look at.
Yeah, Liam Rance should be joining us in a little bit.
Oh, wonderful.
Give us some insight here on what's going on behind the scenes with the stewarding and some of the penalties that have been handed out. Liam, you with us?
Yeah, hello. How's it going?
Great, great. And yourself?
Well, yeah, it's been an eventful one so far this race, but you know, we lived through it. It's been a lot better driving standard-wise, and obviously in just racing on track than Istanbul. So that's good to see.
Yes.
Shows that definitely some drivers have learnt their lesson after, and our stricter penalties that we've applied have worked. So yeah, that's good to see. But obviously we're not applying penalties at the moment live. We've just had a few issues with server replays. So we thought it'd be best to just wait until the main server replay comes in, and yeah, that way we can just give a more accurate response to the incidents that happen on track, if there are any more to happen, of course. We all hope there isn't.
That's always the hope. But yeah, I was going to say, you guys, just from the outset, you were pretty busy. I mean, any... I guess we were talking about it, and there's the note that all of the reviews are going to happen post-race, or the penalties will be issued. I'm assuming that's going to be sort of applied to this race once it's all done.
Yeah, so that'll be applied to the final results of this race. We should be able to, thanks to our new live timing from RaceView, we'll be able to get the intervals between each car, unlike what we could before. So we can apply like the correct penalties and the correct timings to the end of the race to get the results in.
So, question on that. So if a driver receives, say, like a 30-second stop and go or a drive-through, how's that timing going to be applied?
Well, that's yet to be decided. I guess we will have a look at some of the drive-throughs that have already happened this race and get a delta time that we add to the session, or there'll just be a set time limit of either, I'd say around 15 or 20 seconds. I think it is for roughly a pit delta if you just drive through. So
yeah,
it's just something we'll have to look into and clarify at the end of the race. But yeah, it's going to be a busy one for the next few weeks. Obviously with Spa coming up as well, it's going to be eventful.
Yeah, so touch on that real quick if you don't mind with what's going on with that event.
Well, yeah, it's just been we've had plenty of sign-ups so far. Some teams that haven't raced this season, and obviously more of our regular faces that were invited to the series. I'm sure you've seen some of the new people who have joined the Discord and wondered whether they're going to be on track. So yeah, at the moment we're just going through the testing stage. People have noticed that our Spa server has been popping up on the launcher. That's just us going on there checking server settings, etc., just to make sure that it is all working perfectly before anything goes live at all. Yeah, we're just at the moment being very precautious with it. We're just wanting everything to go well and hopefully hopefully just use that and just continue on into the next season of endurance racing. Just
an exhibition race then, one off to
Well, yeah, it's just like a special event that we decided to do at the end of the season. Give something different, because we did notice a gap in our factor. There really wasn't very many Spa 24-hour races.
Mark Vermeer and I'm gonna blank on that guy.
Felix Nurburgring, I think.
Yes, Nurburgring. Well, the
or
car
did they
that
switch?
Was, yeah. No, yeah, still Nurburgring in there. Yeah, a little bump there.
It's like you just kind of...
Well, Liam, I had a question. So what's VSRA's model for next year? Are we looking at any growth? Are we looking at any new series? Are we looking at any expansion? What's sort of the plan? What can we look forward to for next season?
Well, I'd say for up until the new year, it would just be something similar to what we have now. Obviously, we don't want to jump in and make another league or something if it's going to be something that's just going to flop, or that we're not going to have the correct time for to actually make it what we want it to be. So we're not jumping we're not jumping into things. We're taking our time, gathering. Obviously, we recently hit 500 members in our Discord, so there's people there. We just need to make something that people want to drive in, and that we have time and the correct things to do it with.
Agreed. Any plans to, or any thoughts on potentially expanding into other series? Obviously, you have the European Endurance Series currently. Anything else, any kind of sprint format or anything like that in mind?
Nothing yet, and even if there was, I couldn't say.
I see how it is.
So cagey.
That's fair.
There's a lot of plans coming up for next year. Whether all of them actually happen is another question. At the moment, they're just being the ideas just chucked into a document, and we'll see what happens.
Okay. Okay.
Well, I guess while we have you here too, Liam, a good thing to ask is, I guess, what have your thoughts been on this first season, this first year of VSRA, and like, I guess, what have been some of the high points and some of the things that have really stuck out and sort of galvanized you guys as, you know, basically wanting to continue this and really showcasing, I guess, y'all's passion for this sim racing.
Well, yeah, I mean, obviously our first year, so the start, can't say it was the best. Obviously issues, finding our feet, and then some new coordinators joined me in the obviously in the process of running the league. Definitely helped a lot, so thank you to Rob Timpen and Peter. I don't want to butcher his last name. You know, you'll see them in the Discord. And yeah, so obviously since then, I'd say Imola onwards has just been growing. Like, we've just got better and better, and more things are being added. Like the new, like Rob Timpen has done the new skin pack with all the pictures and that when you select a car. It's just small things like that that are being implemented now, just to build up what we want really in a league and to make it the best we can for people to come and race it.
Now, I know that a lot of people have looked at VSRA as sort of a healthy mix of top tier and sort of junior team members coming in to be able to get their feet wet. Do you feel like that's an accurate statement, or is that just sort of is that where you guys want to be? Do you want to?
Yeah, I definitely think so. I feel like there is the need of, you know, of smaller leagues. I'd say us at the moment. I'd say we are a smaller league at the moment, where obviously the less experienced drivers need to have a place where they can gain experience. Obviously, that doesn't mean we can have people brand new to R Factor bought the game 10 minutes ago join and not be able to take a corner without spinning. Like, you know, there's got to be a line drawn at, you know, the level of, should we say, safety of the driver when they come in. I'm not sure pace is too much of a matter, but safety is definitely key.
Real quick, it looks like Tetuhe has earned himself a penalty. Just as we have a bit of back and forth here, there are a couple things happening on track. Just going to keep pace with that, but
GTE lead still popping.
yeah, it's been very interesting up and down the order. Obviously, LMP2s have sort of cooled.
Emerson DNF.
Really?
Yes, just happened. Yep.
Wow, that's a bit of a Martin-style race. Having, I assume that's a disconnect, or maybe he just got bored and thought he needed to go do another race or something. I don't know.
Right. Anyway, guys, thank you for. And thank you to Ross, definitely, for streaming every race this season. So yeah, thank you for that, and I'm sure we'll be in touch soon.
Absolutely. Yeah. Well, thanks for hopping in.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, thanks for helping create the community too, because though there are other endurance leagues out there, having an accessible one that's open like this, I think, is the biggest thing that R Factor 2 needs, especially with everything going on.
Thank you for that, and yeah, well, enjoy the last 2 hours of this season, as I'm sure we will as well. And yeah, we'll probably have a chat soon. So yeah, have a good one, guys.
All right, you too, Liam.
So Liam Rance, running the show behind the scenes, giving us a little bit of an update on what's going on with the series and the race itself, which is good to know what's going on, and kind of helps us understand what we expect to see at the end of this thing, if we've seen any, I I guess, slap and tickle that's a little bit outside of the box.
Looks like it might have been a disconnection issue for Hemmingson because it is showing him in the pit right now, so they might be trying to get reloaded and re-out there to sort of salvage what there is, because running on the lead lap, I mean, at worst, maybe a top 6 if he's able to get back out there, loaded back in. That's not bad. And the way Hemmingson's been driving, it's definitely possible for him to possibly claw up some more position. So definitely don't give up there. Drillers never seem to give up, but yeah, definitely try to get that car back out there, and I wouldn't mind seeing Martin Hemmingson rocket through the field, as it does look like he's been able to get reconnected, and Jamie Tatui is in the pit now.
Yeah. Hemmingson low. We're riding along with Hakimi there as he was getting passed by Wozniak. Miko Wozniak getting by him for 5th place. So still, you know, up and down the order, it's still pretty exciting for GTEs as they should be taking their stops. We've seen a couple come in. Pleva's now. Yeah.
Pleva's in the pits now.
So that's our number 2.
Yeah. I would say he will probably be doing a driver swap as well. He'll probably come out.
Shea Hatch taking it to the grass for a pass on Pon Robert. Pon, I think, typically runs for, I might be thinking of Pons, but I thought he was doing Rookie Monsters as well.
Ooh, I'll have to get back to you on that.
I mean, they're everywhere. Pretty much anyone here could be a Rookie Monster for all we know.
It's true. It's true. Yeah, I'll do a little shameless self-promoting. If you haven't been, join the Discord. It's pretty fun. I know the core group has been doing a lot on Assetto Corsa, and they started to branch out to Race Room. Sorry, Assetto Corsa Competizione. But they still have a very strong presence in R Factor 2, and just trying to poke some of the guys to get back in it. Yeah, tons of people, tons of different teams, tons of different categories, but yeah, interesting here as so the core Porsche team has switched drivers. It's Cirque who's going to be coming out. He's about 46, so it's roughly about a 50-second. As Ericsson, Jesper Ericsson's in the pits. So your leader in GTE is in the pits, and it'll be interesting to see. Check race view real quick and double check to see what his in lap was, which I didn't get to in time. Blah blah blah. But yeah, Jesper Ericsson should most likely be driver swapping out. Yeah, the core number 32 car, Porsche 911 RSR, Radek Cirque is in that vehicle now. Yep, Gabor Hevesi is going to be, and they were passed. I was wondering about that. The core team has pulled off the undercut, so
there they are. Not too far ahead though. I mean, still within striking.
Yeah, matter of seconds for sure. Yeah, Eidos is going to be applying the pressure back onto the core team. I'm wondering though if the core team might not be able to pull away this time.
Yeah, it'll be interesting. I mean, you've got 2 new drivers in there, both of them quite good And I think they're going to be in it for the rest of the race. I could be wrong, but I think we're going to see these two face off. They're barely on screen together. Coming
Nico
out.
De Silva into the pits. So I was correct. Hooray me, I guess, for saying that the GTs and the P2s are definitely going to be pitting together. So, as we have eclipsed, as our friend Liam has said, the 2 hour mark, we're 10 minutes past 2 hour mark, and halfway through this race. Definitely seeing a lot of, I think, strategy is going to play out in the GTE class a lot more than the P2 class, just because of the amount of time that the leader is ahead,
Yeah.
and the just the amount of cars that are basically in it right now. As we believe James Zubia has been able to lap his class, if I'm not mistaken, but James also not come in to make his final pit stop either. So that'll probably be all forfeited, and we'll see. But yeah, that number 20 Drillers Esports car has just been dominant from basically the drop of the green flag.
So, being halfway, we'll take a short break. Let these pit stops cycle through for some of the GTE, and we'll come back and give you a rundown of where they stand in order, and kind of get ready for the closing half of this very last round of the VSRA European Endurance Series. Stay with us. And welcome back. We are in it for the rest of the now less than 2 hours of this 4 hours of the Nurburgring. And we are just getting everything set and ready to go to see how this is going to shape up to the end. So as you can see, an hour 39 left. There's a big slide from Alistair Jung. Oh, and he's into Schoenemann. Or whoever Schoenemann's teammate is. I'm sure he's swapped as he pulls right in front of TCS off. Axel Motorsport. Interestingly enough, that's yikes. So down in 13th place. Just kind of a self-slide there through that complex. Excuse me.
If I'm not mistaken, I believe one of the Aslan brothers is Alistair's teammate from Istanbul.
I believe you are correct, yeah. So, lots been going on this race. We've had quite a few driver swaps. We'll just kind of peek in here, excuse me, and look at what's going on mid-race. If you don't mind taking it away, Tyler.
Yeah, so right now in first place in the LMP2 is Jacob Reed, Drillers Esports Academy. Lazarus Philippakos, P2 in the SMR Corkscrew Motorsports entry, and Rob Moore in the Seawolf NE or Net Race Motorsports entry in P3. Jamie Tatui is in P4 with the Drillers Esports Academy entry. Marcelo Toca in the Seawolf Net Race Germany entry is in P5. Amr Hamoud, Team MRTI Gramelli, P6. Samuel Bentley in the fourth, it feels like Drillers Esports Academy entry in P7. Tinu Luru, I hope I'm saying that right. Sim Apex Racing Team in P8. Adam Rainey in the number 33 TCF Off Racing is in P9. And Cameron Sansano in the SMR Corkscrew Motorsports entry is in P10, rounding out the LMP2 field here at the Nurburgring.
Yeah, so a lot of mixing going on. Obviously, the Drillers have the most to lose as they currently are poking out the top 3 for the point standings. And Rob Moore for that Seawolf Net Racer ride, they have the most to gain because they're right outside that top 3, within striking distance of getting a bit of a cash day. So they've got to make up some spots if they want to get in there.
That will be a tough ask today, though, because the fact that the LMP2 field has been so strung out. But as we've seen before, and I believe they've only completed 3 pit stops so far, as we have the other runners in LMP2 right now. The Botland Motorsports of Dan Rusin in P11 still running, and unfortunately the Seawolf Net Race Motorsports, the only DNF so far in the LMP2 field, Jan Katau having some sort of technical issues in P12. But what I was saying before there, Ross, was the fact that we haven't had a lot of DNFs, but a disconnect can occur at any time. I believe we've only completed 3 pit stops thus far, 3 or 4 pit stops thus far for the LMP2, so a chance of that if they waited to do their driver swap for some of the teams. As I'm going to take you through the GTE cars right now, we have Radek Circuit 14 in P1, Gabor Hevesi of the Eidos Motorsports team, P2. Basically, those 2 cars have been fighting since about hour 3 of the race. Daniel Krasny in P4 for the OSR Endurance team. Ollie McGowan for the SMR Corkscrew Motorsports in P5. Kay Hatch in the Team MRTI Gramelli Corvette P6. Baz Zortenbold in the Scuderia Bolas Negro Corvette P7. Nico Barkley in the Didos Racing BMW P8. Paul Roberts in P9 for the Sim Apex Racing team. Mika Hakimi in the Blue Steel Racing at P10. The Porsche 911 RSR. GTE is where we've seen the most fireworks and had the most competitive racing thus far today, as far as moves that we've seen on track. Latter half of the field for the GTE, Sam Butters in the Solo Racing of P11, Luca Serassi P12 in the Blue Bolt Racing BMW, Alistair Young in the Axel Motorsports 911 RSR in P13, Jelle Binsbergen SMR Corkscrew Motorsports P14, Roman Pickrell in the other core team, Porsche 911 RSR in P15, Christian Lewis in the Eidos Motorsports, second Eidos Motorsports entry in P16, Martin Terbrake in the AC Simsports P17, Tomas Corrala in P18 in the second AC Simsports entry, Ben Crooks in the Millennial Falcons P19, Nicolo Musiu, I hope I got that right. I'm sorry, Nicolo. In the HG Esports BMW in 20th.
I think that rounds it out for the entries today. Well done.
Good Lord, thank you.
Take a breath.
Yeah. But as I was saying, the best racing that we've seen thus far today has been from the GTE field here, Ross. And unfortunately, we haven't seen as close of racing as far as on-track battling in the LMP2 class. Not to say that LMP2 class hasn't offered us good racing. It's been more long-distance racing or not close quarters battling as the GTE cars have been. We've had a lot of good top front runners fall down in the order a ton, and that has unfortunately really turned the LMP2 class on its head. But we'll see what the last third of the race basically has to offer here.
Riding on board with Geber Hevesi, who's now closed in on that core team, Porsche, up in front, leading the way by Radek Cirk. And just watching Geber's inputs, he's really doing his best to hold on to this thing, just driving the wheels off it.
Yeah, it's almost night and day difference between him and Jesper Eriksson, who is his teammate in this car. Night and day differences in the inputs of how Gabor's basically wrestling this car around the Nurburgring.
Another off by Nicolo
Musui. Yeah, he's been around a few times today. Be careful, boy. My depth of field wasn't as good as I thought. He was going to come right out into that P2, but Nicolo's been he's had his offs, but he's always entered the track safely. So great job there again, being safe on that route, Nicolo.
Yeah, for sure. It's especially here because you get it is so fast, and you get a couple spots where you'll get the car loaded up, and when you come up on that situation, you just don't even know. And it looks like the corkscrew and GTE, and he must have collected, I think that was Marcello Tocco in the LMP2.
I know we got the camera on Ollie McGowan, but yeah, we're gonna definitely. Oh, yep. Oh, I was gonna say, don't add injury to insult, as nobody hits anything.
So just a a bit of bumbling kind of through the corner there as they're just trying to hold on to it.
Yeah, a little bump and run. Not a bad thing if it's in your class, but two vehicles that aren't even racing in the same class, it's a little not what you want to see.
As you see TCS off coming up very quickly behind him. So that's Mark Vermeer and Adam Rainey. I think Adam's in the car right now. Getting awfully close coming out of the complex.
Might be a little gesturing, gesticulation inside of that cockpit, I'm sure.
So looking back through, it's still the closest battle is at the front of the GTE field. As things continue to close down between Cirque and Hevesy, and just like you predicted, it's just closing up that gap.
Yeah, I believe the 4 car is geared to take advantage of the more high-speed portions. The Eidos car is just geared a little bit too low to really let that Porsche sing through the high-speed sections and the straights. And I just feel like the core team is able to just pull away a little bit more in those key crucial areas to make up time. Oh, so we have a lot of cars coming into the pits and a lot of cars spinning on track. K Hatch, who I believe took over for Riley McKibben there, getting it a little squirrely out of that final chicane.
Bit of a shame. Yeah, he's just all on his own. Just crushed the curb a little bit too much. Almost pulled out in front of the Pitts Corvette. So Che Hatch, I mean, he's that team's been floating around the 5th place spot all day. They've just been battling very hard. I mean, it's middle and upper part of the pack has just been explosive with really close racing. And he's still about 2 seconds behind Bass in that number 70. So he hasn't managed to lose too much. Boss in that pink Corvette. The Pitts putting their name out there. Very distinct car on the track.
And Boss has done a good job of getting that car up into the top 5, because when Rogeri Decline had that, they were a bit farther back. And I'm going to say this again, Ross, and don't... Maybe I should go to Vegas, but Nico Barkley has another chance to get up into that top 5 as he's only about, what is that, 3.5-ish seconds from there. He's closing in on K Hatch within a second now.
Yeah, right there.
Heading into these are the Michael Schumacher S's, I believe, if I'm looking at the right part of the track.
First part of the track.
Then I was wrong.
on here. Yeah, Nico Barclay
Yeah.
back in 7th there. Trying to figure out who he subbed out for.
I believe it was Tunbridge.
Yes, it was. I'm used to seeing Liam Rance up there running with him, but I think that's only for other series. I think Rance kind of defaults to doing admin duties here, so he has to step out.
Bit more suit and tie required for that. For that role.
Right, and Nico's doing a pretty good job. He's definitely closed up on Shea Hatch, and it's kind of on now.
Well, Nico's resume in the 10 tops is legendary. Like Barney Stimson, legendary. The guy can literally do anything in a GTE car, and he's got his work cut out for him for sure.
Looking back from Hatch. That's a lot of snout to have breathing down your neck. I love watching how these cars track through some of these corners. Especially in this track, it's really great. As it gets a little bit of overlap, not quite enough. They both managed to hold on to that pretty well through the corner. Oh, as Nico gets a little bit up on the curb, that's a little upsetting. He holds it. This is letting Boss kind of pull, well, maybe not really all that much. I was going to say this this little back and forth was letting Boz have a chance to run away, but I think it's actually getting them a little bit closer. Either he's relaxed, or these two have kind of been juiced by the whole, back and forth.
Proof is in the lap times, and the Nico is running roughly low 56s. K is running mid 56s to low 57s, and Bass is running high 56s to low 57s. So I think it's Nico pushing K, pushing Baz.
That would seem to make sense. Now, if you're Boss in this point, would you be on cruise right now to just try and extend a little bit, maybe? Because I mean, right now they're a bit of ways away from being able to catch up to anybody. So, I mean, you kind of are just focused behind if you're Boss.
If I'm Boz, what I'm trying to do is figure out how to run consistent mid 156s. That's what I would be focused on, because I'm thinking if he runs a 156 mid, he'll be able to make sure that K isn't able to catch him as quickly, where he's running roughly the same pace as K, and that Nico Barkley is going to be the only one he'll need to worry about later in the race. Now, they still have another pit stop to go, so things can shake out different there, but I'll be able to at least know that I can keep K Hatch behind me if I'm running those 156s, or 156 evens.
Now, when you're watching these battles, say you're trying to guide one of your drivers, would you, getting this close to the pit stop, would you just want them to turn consistent laps, or do you want them to get around the guy in front of them so that way you can lay down potentially faster laps leading up to the stop and maybe get the track position on him coming out of there?
So for me, I would tell my drivers, I just want consistent laps right now, keep the car out of trouble. If you're going to give me a flyer, I want it on the in lap or I want it on the out lap. Because, like we talked about while we were on break, the whole reason that Radek Cirque was able to get by the Ido's car is because he was almost 3.5 seconds, 4 seconds faster than Jesper Eriksson coming out of the pits, or on his outlap basically, compared to and Gabor Hevesi. He was able to stretch that lead. Now Gabor's been able to fight into that lead, but as you can see, which I believe that's Gabor right there, behind Samuel Bentley, and Radek Cirque up ahead, that gap stayed fairly sequential there, fairly good. So yeah, that 3 seconds lead, Gabor's only been able to take about a second out of that, and that's been for what, almost 30 minutes now. So give me a good in lap and give me a good out lap from my two drivers, and I'll take that any day of the week coming into the pits than getting by a guy on track.
Sam Bentley currently running 7th, about 2 seconds behind 6th place Amr Hamad. About the closest LMP2 battle we have on track at the moment. And Sam Bentley is another big player with speed. To see him kind of that deep in the field is a bit surprising, but then again, I mean, the LMP2 start was a bit of a jumble, so you know,
well, that's the Hemmingsen car, which had the
oh, that's right,
issue. Yeah. So he would have been net P2 had Martin not had that issue, unfortunately, and just big old curb hop there by the by Hamoud, but that's a good battle right there. Probably the best LMP2 battle we've seen all day, actually, outside of a couple others early in the 3 to 4 hour mark. But yeah, unfortunately, that car just got mired down due to a technical issue.
Now the next one that we have kind of on track is between Rob Moore, and behind him by a little under 10 seconds, of actually closer to 8 now, is Jamie Tatuhe, who's slowly been reeling him in.
And Jamie's had Jamie co-driving with Timothy Andonovsky. They've had early issues. First of all, they had a penalty from Istanbul they had to serve early on, but as with anything, I'd rather serve my penalties early than late. You can always make that up. But then Jamie's had a couple of issues where he's had to come in for serving penalties as well. So that's kind of put that car on the back foot. And unfortunately, you know, he's opposite lock there. I don't know what went on there. Heading into a right-hand turn and your wheel goes immediately to the left is not fun. Oh, K's off at turn 1. So I'll say that the pressure from Nico probably finally got to him there. But yeah, Jamie running in the 4th place, but he could be well up in the field. He could be up in that P2 position, unfortunately. But just not able to make that happen. This is going to be...
Wow.
Ooh.
Wow. Lucky to keep it off the wall. That was...
Yeah. That's waiting until the last moment to brake. That threshold braking didn't exactly work out that way, unfortunately, for Mr. Hatch. And we'll see if he's able to rebound, because Baz Zwartenbol's position is definitely going to be on the table. Hopefully he didn't damage those tires too much, but and Nico now, what is that, about 2 seconds behind Baz Zwartenbol?
Yeah, it almost looked, because you saw him, he was going to block Nico. Barclay was clearly looking down the inside, and I mean, that was going to be a tough ask to be able to hold it, but he locked up, and he almost was heading straight off for Boss. So, I mean, he may have even tried to maneuver it so he didn't just take anybody out and just let it go out wide.
So P2's into the pits now. Reed, our leader, is in. Toko is in the pits, and Hamoud has been in the pits. Oh no, my bad. Those are just the those are just the old pit graphics. So, but Hamoud was into the pits. The P2 should be coming in about, I'd probably say 11 or 11 more minutes, give or take.
Sounds about right, yeah. So Dan Rusin picking up a spot ahead of Christian Lewis. I believe that's GTE. Yeah, so he's starting to pull himself out of the GTE field as we see Alistair Jung having a small issue. He's recovered already, but kind of wiping out. Down in 13th place, so a little bit past midfield. Usually we see things start to settle off like this towards the middle of the race, but you know, we're on the back third of it, coming up into the final hour in about 15 minutes or so. So we're getting ready to have our final set of stops for GTE. Probably another set to go for LMP2s after this one.
Yeah.
Maybe 2, depending on where they've been throughout the race.
It'll probably be 2. Yeah, because here they're gonna start coming in right now. I was like, if you take it that extra 11 or so minutes, then might actually end up in a little bit of trouble toward the end of the race. So I think coming in short pitting now is the way, unless Jamie's coming in for a penalty to serve. But I think this would be service. See if he changed his tires.
I don't know that he is. So Boss is in. Or no, I'm sorry, Boss is not in. This is just battle for position. I was looking at some of the pitting information. Yeah. Is that Che back there? I think he's managed to.
I mean, Che's got a quick car. He's able to reel him back in, but goes madman. Likes to go fast. And Jamie Tatui. Yeah, I think we're gonna start 2 pit stops here coming up closer around the 40-minute mark. But the fight for the GTE class lead has also started to get a lot more spicy, as Vesey is about a second, a little less than a second behind Surf. Got just 2 really good battles right here with Nico Barclay and Baz Zwartenbol, and Gabor Vesey with the Radek Surf.
Oh, really close. Oh. Yeah, keeping an eye on that other one, as they are now under a second away from each other for first to second. Cirque to Havesi, as we see a move for 5th. Big lockup by Barclay, still locking up, still trying to hold that outside line.
He's gonna get it. Oh, he will.
Still
That's
some
when he goes the
overlap.
best. Yeah, no, he'll drive it off. Oh, man.
So Hatch is watching this with a little bit of glee, hoping, you know, something kicks off between the two of them. If nothing else, it gives them a chance to sort of get back up there.
As long as those cars are side by side, K-Hatch is going to be closing. So, you got to be happy with that. There must have been some traffic now because Vessi just lost 0.4 of a second.
On board with him now. Oh, it's Alistair Young. Off again. It's an interesting place for that to happen. You usually don't see cars going off there because that corner is, I mean, you can kind of get into the throttle pretty good. As Christian Lewis and Musiu having some issues. Hakimi off again. Tough spot to turn around.
Yeah, I was expecting more from the Blue Steel boys today.
All the way back to 11th. And we saw him. I actually had made a comment earlier on that he was poking at the top 5. He was even up further than that from the start. And, yeah, should have kept my mouth shut.
All your fault, Ross.
My apologies to all of the Blue Steel guys.
I'm sure they look very pouty at this moment.
Fortunately, they've been able to turn left. It's
Yeah. Yep.
there's the guy who
And
passed.
we're not in Malaysia, so that's also a plus. So,
Oh, the references.
yeah.
Sam
That's
Bentley out.
the only.
Go ahead. Sorry.
I was gonna say, is he out or?
Just looking at a previous note. He was out there. He seems.
Pull Pacos into the pits.
This is
These should
Insano.
be scheduled. Yeah, sorry, Ross. Yeah, these should be scheduled pit stops as Blue Steel. Oh no.
Yeah.
Is Blue Steel? There was a double box.
Yeah.
That was a double box. Or double stack. That's murder. Oh.
Now it looked like. I mean, yeah, he's dealing with. He's in a little bit early. I mean, 7 minutes to the hour left, and he's so. I mean, that's a bit of an ask on fuel, but
Yeah.
that didn't
No,
look
I'm
too
sure,
bad.
I'm sure it was an issue with the an issue from Hakimi. That was Hakimi, and I believe issue that he had. Although he's been in this entire race, if I'm not mistaken, so that might be scheduled too to get the driver swap time or driver time fulfilled. But
Yep, Nikki Aslan
Yeah,
is now in there.
yeah,
You're right.
we're gonna definitely start seeing the P2s start to dive into the pits.
So a lot to play out. Jay Hatch, who's fallen back to 7th place on the back of that Pitts Corvette, driven by Boss Swartenbolt. Half a second, and then Nico Barclay obviously still up the road a little bit there. So this 5th, 6th, 7th, all the way even back through 10th throughout the day is been quite action-packed. They really haven't let off of each other too much. It's, some of the names have changed here and there, but it's sort of been a hotbed for back and forth.
Indeed, it has. I'm wondering if this is a good battle here, but wondering what happened to Gabor Vesti, because he had the lead down to about less than a second, and then now Cirque has just been able to pull more and more time. It's now a second and a half between him and Vesti. Still close enough for striking distance if Cirque makes a mistake, but it was much closer earlier on.
Looking at the second place car right now, as two core teams are just ahead of him. But yeah, that gap has been pretty stationary for the past several laps at about a second and a half.
Radek Cirque running about mid to high 157s fairly consistently without getting passed. And well, there it is. Gabor Vesti has been running mid to low 158s and mid 157s to low 158s. He's just now been able to dip it down to low 57s. Yep, and here come our twos as prescribed. Sam Bentley in and Rob Moore in to the pits.
TCS off with a penalty. It looks like it's probably going to be for track extensions unless some of the stewards are able to get back in and do some work. Just taking a look now to see if there's any update there. And nothing as of yet, so neither Rob or Liam have been able to hop in and do anything in terms of handing out penalties, or at least they haven't made any announcements in the official channel. So
I'm wondering if those just aren't that in-game
I think you're right.
penalties being assessed. Yeah, because Liam seemed pretty staunch on the fact that penalties will be applied post-raced for driving standard at least, and these are probably in-game track cuts that are popping off.
So with that penalty for 6th place Rainey, Bentley's going to pick up a position. And I believe, yeah, Jacob Reed has come in because quite a few drivers have managed to get back on the lead lap. Ibrahim Khan up into 4th place now, with Jamie Tatuhe less than 10 seconds ahead of him. There obviously has to be a little bit of shakeout as we go through the pit cycles.
And we know Ibrahim can muscle a car around this track, as he was running too for really the first hour and a half of this race.
Yeah, for sure. Big lockup there by one of the core teams. Our leader, in fact.
Ooh, Gab got that little loose through there on the exit.
Yeah, we're down to the final hour, basically. I mean, it's, we should be seeing GTEs now coming in and getting their final service. battle with Che Hatch and Roger Decline's teammate Boss still going on. I have to give it to Che and that team because I feel like they've constantly been right in the middle of all of the major battles that have been going on throughout the race in GTE. And they really haven't done too much to shoot themselves in the foot. They did have that off earlier. But I mean, for the most part, they're pretty consistent. He and McKibben have just been right on top of the thing and been getting great pace. Haven't really taken anybody out, haven't done anything untowards another driver. So it's just been good, solid racing.
I thought there might be something untoward there toward Bass, but Che just doing what he can to get himself onto the back. Bass sorting bulls. So we have our first taker out of P3, Jan Wozniak, into the pits.
Oh.
So, and I believe that was Zortenbull coming into the pits now. So K-Hatch will take over P6. See if he can get a... Now this is where I would tell my driver, to your question earlier, you got to give me a burner of an in lap. Give me that, and we'll pass him, and you don't have to do any work out on the track. So... And actually, let's check in on the GTE lead battle. This is going to be interesting for sure. Cirque and Havesi down to a half second now, and Havesi's actually passed Cirque.
As he goes in for his stop.
Yes.
So Gabor inheriting the lead. So that'll help get a point. I believe he managed that before the line.
We'll keep an eye. So Cirque's in lap was 158.1. We'll compare that to what Gabor's able to do when he comes into the pit stop.
Yeah, this final stop is kind of critical because it sets you up for the rest of the race. I mean, it's going to give you, like, hey, here's your starting position all over again for this final sprint.
Yeah, it's going to determine how much track position you have makeup and if it's a plausible makeup. Because unless a driver in front has an issue or your car is just set up much better than theirs, really don't gain that much time. Or as much as you would think on this track, so...
No, most of these drivers, especially the ones that are already pretty close to each other, not getting too much of a delta coming out. See somebody shortcutting the chicane.
And I think Cirque is going to double stint these tires. I don't show him as changing the tire, although race view does take some time to update that, but I think Cirque might be on the same set of tires.
And Havesi, speaking of tires, he's keeping it out.
Yeah. He'll have to be in next lap though. And again, you would expect this from a car that's slightly shorter geared, because especially if you're short shifting a little bit with those shorter gears, but you won't be hitting a higher rev as you would in a car that's geared a little bit taller.
Exactly, yeah. Yeah, and that's it's certainly made for some very interesting battles, because you'll see the cars that that have the gearing a little more standardized, a little bit more played out, um, you'll have a great drag race through a corner, or you might have another guy have to go longer in braking to keep him at bay. But it's the battling just between two cars that are set up with different advantages that way. I mean, it's basically when you get to different manufacturers and some of the different touring cars where, like I think a British touring car where you have front and rear wheel drive, and the way that some of those advantages, pros and cons, are going to be played off against each other on the different types of tracks they run. It's not too dissimilar in the way that these guys are all set up. As you see T-DOS getting by.
I was gonna say Nico's gonna try and get his lap back from Gabor's. Oh, that was costly. That was actually very costly for Gabor. Oh my goodness. As Gabor's, he had a better in lap, 57.5 for Gabor. So it'll depend on the outlap. So Radek Cirque's outlap was a 201.1. So as of right now, Gabor's already gained about half a second on Radek Cirque just from the in-lap alone.
And Cirque is now coming around to the final corner. Is Gabor away yet? He's just taking off. This is going to be close.
Yeah, this is where that in-lap really hurt. It'll make you or break you.
Oh no, and that
we'll see.
screwed up the LMP2 right behind him. He didn't do anything, but
Well, at least he got out of the way of that lead battle and didn't affect it anyway. Which, fair play to the P2.
I think that was Amr Hamad, and yep, it was in the Gramelli car.
Yeah.
So there's your gap for the battle going into the final run. Pit stops are now out of the way for GTE, or at least for most of them.
Well, Krasnay's in. Krasnay's in. So Wozniak basically inherits, gets back his P3. So Krasnay really took that car a long way on that stop.
Sure did. Bit of a jump there.
Robert. Well, don't hit each other coming out of the pits, guys. Good job.
That was a bit close.
Yeah. And Zwartenbull, look, Zwartenbull's actually jumped Krasnay. So again, those four in-laps and out-laps are really hurting you. So, and Radek Cirque did switch tires.
I think you almost have to. I mean, trying to
Yeah.
double stint going into the final one, unless you've got something set up in the timing where you
Yeah.
think you can do it.
Race view just takes a bit to switch. But, so Radek Cirque, his actual in-lap was 201. Well, the lap before that's the one I really look at. 158.1 versus Gabor Vessi's 157 flat. The true in-lap, Gabor was about 8/10, so almost a second slower though than Cirque. So that's how Cirque was able to sort of climb back in. The outlet lap was a 142 or 242.6 for Gabor, and the outlap, and that's what did it right there. The outlap for Radek Cirque was 247.2. So you have about a second difference, which is probably what you have roughly. Yeah, as you can see, those 2 seconds have basically added up, or that second and a half has basically added up to almost a 2.5 second lead for Gabor Vesey ahead of Radek Cirque, just on the in-laps and out-laps alone. And I bet if we look at the Thornton Bowl in-laps and out-laps versus the Krasny ones, you would see the exact same thing as yep, Zorkenbull was able to get. Zorkenbull actually made a lot of his time up on the outlap, so he was much better, much quicker on his outlap than was Krasny.
Yeli Binsbergen having some issues there. We saw a couple problems with Alistair Jung after Dan Rusin was off going through the center sector of the track.
Yeli was in a Yeli was in a P2 last round, correct? If I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, I think you're right.
I think I might keep him in a P2. Not that he's doing a bad job in the GTE, but
currently down at 13th.
I think he's more suited to the P2 than he is the GTE.
So, as if Gabor Vesey is your driver, what are you telling him right now?
I'm gonna tell him what the lap times are for Radek Cirque. If he can keep throwing down low 156, or even the mid 155s, which he did his first hot lap out. He give me the mid 155s, we'll grow this lead and walk it in for a win. But Alex Skinner can do that a lot better than I am. He's much more colorful at letting Gabor know what he needs to do. But yeah, that's what I've been telling Gabor. Give me 155s for the duration of the peak before the first peak of the grip level of the tires. That's what I want, and then we'll readjust from there what his lap times give us once his tires start to scrub in or scrub out a little bit more. But yeah, right now Gabor has the advantage. Probably using the tire a little bit more than Radek is, but we'll definitely see. Right now he's got the best of him. He's about a half second quicker than Radek is around the track.
Although that said, we've got a first purple sector.
Ibrahim Khan with a track cut penalty. So
not good. Rob Moore was in that car before. And he's up in the 4th place. That team really needed to push to try and get up. I mean, they have to be up more than 4th. They are ahead of one of the Drillers teams that is ahead of them in points. I'd have to look at which one is which. But kind of take a look at that here in just a second. Just tracking Radek Cirque's time at the moment. That middle sector not quite as good. Now, switching gears a little bit, your Radek's crew chief, what are you telling him?
Right now, what we need to do is make sure that we get the tire heated up all the way. Don't overuse the tire because you are going to be faster than Gabor basically in the last 2 sectors. As I'm expecting... Ooh, that is quite surprising to me that he was not faster there. So what we need to do is we're going to work on consistency, hit your marks, and I'm going to need you to run mid 155s if you can, just to maintain pace with Gabor. What we really need to do is just make sure to hit those numbers. It can't be anything. A 156 is not going to get us done for it. It's not going to get anything done for us. So that's what I got to tell Radek there. Maybe Jesper, or not Jesper, but Gabor will come back to us. But you gotta get me in the 155s, mid 155s minimum, just to maintain this gap. And unfortunately, I'm not seeing it in Radek's times right now. Although it is interesting, though, it seems that it might be the way that the cars are set up again. You can set up the Porsche to run really well with high fuel, but then it becomes just a bear to drive as the fuel burns off. And that might be where the core team comes into its own. And if that's the case, then I'm telling him, just keep what you're doing. Give me the 155s, the upper 155s if you can. But just make sure you don't overcook or overpress the tires.
And that's much easier.
Everybody should have enough to go to the end.
Right.
But
and it's certainly a lot easier to try and focus on your pace when you're in a position like they are right now, over 20 seconds away from anyone to challenge either one. And obviously he's not right on the back bumper of Hevesy, where he would, maybe have some selective hearing and ignore any kind of words of wisdom from the crew of, hey, keep it steady. Oh, TCS off is off in the background. Adam Rainey just looped it coming off the corner.
Yeah.
I think he stalled it.
Come on, boy.
Full course yellow in 10 seconds.
Oh. Looked like he'd gotten it
4,
going, but
3,
DNF'd.
2, 1. Full course yellow.
I think he hit the wall quite hard as he was coming off that spin. I think he hit the wall and bounced back onto the track, and that's done and dusted right there. So this changes everything again. So guys who maybe have been off sequence, as we're seeing a lot of the P2 guys come in and take a pit stop, you might as well take a pit stop. You should be within a window to make that pit stop to take you to the end. I'm a little surprised. The guys
Going back to green in 10 seconds.
The guys that I've seen come in, though, are guys that made their pit stops
5,
relatively late.
4, 3, 2,
So,
1. Green flag.
41 minutes to the end, about 40 minutes for a lot of these guys once they get out of here. As we see Amr Hamad coming out for Gramelli. And I believe that's a corkscrew car in the background. Is that enough to make it? It should be.
Yeah, for the P2s, if you were able to get in now, yeah, you should be able to make it to the end. The issue is the green, the code 80 ended so quickly. Jamie Tatui is in the pits. Jamie Tatui is just gonna get mugged right now. Filipakos was able to get out. Mood was able to get out, and I believe Bentley was able to get out before the code 80, or roughly before everybody was able to get up to top speed when the code 80 came out. Jacob Reed, it's going to be interesting. He's probably going to have to make a pit stop under green. So, he does have a one-lap lead in class, but that's going to draw everything down a lot closer than what it would have been at the end of this race. So, the wrinkle has been rumbled.
Words of wisdom.
Yeah. So this is going to be the interesting part. It's going to stabilize what we've had in GT for the most part. It shouldn't take stuff up too much because of how the Code 80 works. So it's going to be more or less who is able to take advantage maybe of that Code 80 to come in. But I think most of the GTEs, barring a few in the back, had already come in and had their final service. So everything should hold station for those for that class.
Well, you're bringing up that point. We saw Che Hatch just send it deep into turn one. I think that he was kind of thrown off by how much that lapper in the BMW, I didn't see who it was, but he was well into the brakes, and he kind of did a repeat of what he did before when he went well off into the corner.
Slightly more controlled this time?
A little, well, unfortunately he did make contact, and I don't think anybody got too upset by it, but I think that car has some damage, and it's still pretty early on in the stint. Still about 40 seconds left. Another caution in Sector 2. And it looks like Sarasi.
Well, that's bad. If that's the case for Mr. Hatch. And yeah, Sarasi back onto the track. I haven't talked too much about Blue Bolt Racing today.
No, they've sort of been looming in the background, fairly steady. I mean, they've sort of mixed it up here and there with some of the teams, but for the most part, they've kind of just run their own race. Fortunately, haven't been able to make much with the pace out of that thing. Looks like just looking at where they are in terms of times, Luca's fastest was a 1:54.6, so I mean it's competitive with a lot of the guys around him. Our last lap though was a 2:10. Obviously with the off, it's not going to help things. So let's take a quick look here at where things are in terms of the season standings, not as they run, but as they came into this race. Solo Sport obviously at the very top of the grid, and pretty much they have this thing sealed up, so I mean if they did anything here it would just be kind of, you know, cherry on top, but they've got the win in hand. AC Sim Sport is coming off of a goose egg in Istanbul, and trying to look at where they are running right now. Looks like down in 28th overall. 4 back behind Luca. Not doing terribly great now. Yeah. So they're probably going to lose that because they're only 4 points ahead of OSR. And that number 80 team, where are they in the standings?
And OSR's been up. Krasny is in P6, so that'll definitely be a point scoring position.
Now, I'm wondering if that's a different OSR because, yeah, I'm not, and that's probably why the question mark's up there, because I don't think they ran. So they're not going to be able to take advantage there. However, DDoS, only 3 points behind them, is currently up in, Nico Barclay's got it in 14th overall.
P4 in class.
Yeah, so kicking ass and taking names there, and Scuderia is right behind them. Let's see, 3 points, or sorry, single point behind, and only 4 away from the top 3. So I think we're going to see DDoS and Scuderia move up onto the podium.
Yeah, Baz Bull is in 5th, right behind Nico Barkley. on track, and trying to find the other. Bolus Necro car. I guess it's just one car? I thought we had two. Huh. But yeah. Yeah. The Didos Racing and Scuderia Bolus Negro team looks like they'll probably take over third and fourth respectively. Or second and third respectively in the championship if that OSR endurance car didn't even make the event.
Yeah, that's it's a tough spot to lose too, because I mean they were right there. They had some good races. You can see they scored points pretty consistently throughout. But if DDoS and that Pitts Corvette managed to finish out about where they are, then yeah, you'll see them carry a trophy away and a little bit of jingle in their pocket. So that's GT.
Yeah, always good to have some jingle though.
So looking at the LMP2 side of things, again, this is points as they entered the event. So you have all three Drillers Academy cars up there. Where you see a question mark, those cars did not make the race. So they are not showing in there. So right now, Seawolf basically has the most to gain here. They're about 5 points out of the podium position for the number 19, which is currently in 4th place, being driven by Jamie Tatuhe. And Ibrahim Khan is ahead of him by about 20 seconds. So, looking at the points differential, I don't think that's enough. No, I'm sorry. I think it is actually between the two positions. Of course, bonus points and any penalties are going to come into play. So, I mean, that in points, that's pretty much where it's at. Although looking at the... Sorry, go ahead.
The second place car, the number 20 Drillers car, will win the overall LMP2 championship over the 22, though.
You are right.
Yeah.
As they stand, if Jacob Reed can bring this thing home, or at least even just stay ahead of Sam Bentley, which right now he's got what a two lap gap. Now, I don't want to curse anything because we've seen Sam Bentley and Martin Hemmingson come into a race or come into the final laps with a 3-lap advantage and still fall back to third on the last 2 laps. So, really, truly, anything can happen. And Gramelli back in 6th place, 98 points. They're 12 behind the other Drillers Academy car that didn't make it. The 909 is currently sitting in 7th, so they'll get points. I'm not sure that that's enough to really improve position. Not going to get them on a podium spot, but it might move them up to 5th. You see some P2 and GTE kind of bumping in the background there. But yeah, go ahead.
And I think we'll probably curse them, unfortunately, by talking about this. But the Scuderia Bolus Negro, number 70, I think has DNF'd.
So that's going to cause...
with Baz Zwartenbol in there, I don't think that car is running anymore, or something's happened because it's fallen from 4th place all the way down to 7th place now. So, is it still on track?
Oh yeah, currently on screen.
Something occurred. Maybe it had a penalty. Maybe something happened, but it's dropped precipitously down in class. So that actually might not. I mean, they might not finish. They would have been looking at a 3rd place in the points. they might not be looking at that now. They might be finishing just in 4th, depending upon what the points differential is. Or they might be holding station. Yeah. But whatever it is, it's been a huge shakeup in the GTE field right now, unfortunately, and not in their favor.
So looking at points, it's 35 for first, 30 for second, 26 for third. Just trying to find them through here. Did have a points chart before, but I'll have to bring that up at some point later. But anyway, yeah, it's going to be a mix-up coming out of this thing for the points, and in the spots where it counts in terms of coming away with some cash prizes.
And also the fact that we don't have live stewarding decisions at this moment, that'll just lend itself to some more controversy and drama at the end of this race, to see who will be assessed penalties and where they'll shake out in the end once the standings go from unofficial to official.
And we've got a battle between Krajnai, I believe that's Hatch behind him, right?
I do believe so, yeah.
So this
Yes.
is for 5th. Che Hatch has been in this position consistently throughout the day. He had a peak and now he's down the inside. A little bit of a door banger.
It's a GTE car, they can handle it, but he's going to have a less optimal line. But look at that vet eat. Oh my gosh, give him a fork. Give him a fork, let him eat. My goodness. Nice job, K Hatch.
That was
Battle of the Wide Boys right there.
yeah, that just very impressive. Glad we picked that up right when that happened, because that was a good one. Under 30 minutes to go. So I guess Hatch didn't have too much damage from what we saw before when he had that other dive bomb through turn 1, because he's...
Probably just trying to get the tires back down to an operating temp and shaking out the car.
Yeah. So if we move up to Hatch, he has a 30-second gap up to Barclay. I don't think he's going to pull that down. He certainly has enough to lose, though, because he's been in 5th a few times now today and has given it up. But there aren't any more pit cycles to go through. He just kind of has to stay focused and bring that UST
Not
home.
necessarily, Ross. If we take a look at the LMP2 leaderboard that we have up on the screen, we'll notice that the pit time is broken for our leader Reed. Not to draw attention to that, but to draw attention to the time. He's been out there for 35 minutes. Hasn't come in to make his final stop. Had the opportunity. Well, he had a code 80. I don't think he was in the right sector of the track to take advantage of that. As we have Alistair Young off the track again, he'll be coming straight into the pits there. Up there at I think they're the NDK chicane is what that is called. Now, 35 minutes, he should be coming in roughly 8 to 10 minutes, give or take. Reed will. So he will have to make his final stop with about 15 minutes, so 15 to 18 minutes to go, or sorry, 15 to 12 minutes to go. does have a lap lead, but he's going to have to come in and make that under green flag conditions. So he's going to be losing oodles of time on the track.
Yeah, so that'll be interesting. So there he is, Jacob Reed, sitting at the front for a better part of this back half of the race. And currently a lap ahead. But as you're saying, Tyler, it's possible that he could lose a bit more. Oh, Amr Hamad going around.
Yeah, I don't think he'll lose a position, but it will draw everybody up into striking distance, and then, like you always say, Ross, there's always fireworks at the end of one of these. Having a lap lead is better than having a 50-second lead or a 60-second lead, or a lead where if somebody just passed you, they take that position.
Bentley trying to get up into 5th place now. Down to half a second. Trying to take on Marcelo Tocco with the other Seawolf car. Got a little bit of traffic ahead. Looks like one of the solo cars maybe. As Boz is now off. And around.
Going slow too. There we go.
Out of the Mercedes Arena. We'll switch back to Bentley here and see how this is going as they make it down into turn 1. Is he going to have a dive? Yeah, he's thinking
about it.
Sam's aggressive, but that would have been
a
pretty good dive even for him.
To be honest, too, I think Tocco had him pretty well covered. It took a wider line into the corner, a deeper line into the corner, but that tends to put you at a better position to drive off that corner and into that left-hander that you then head into.
Things are getting tense down there in that cockpit as he's trying to hold off heavyweight Sam Bentley for 5th position. Not the spot that Sam thought he would be fighting for, but after that disconnect from Hemmingson, that's the one that he's got.
Indeed, but Sam giving it his all, but Tocco not to be denied either. But he might be here. Hemmingson on the inside. They drive off the corner. BT getting an eyeful of what's the best fight on track right now, and put Sam Bentley's name in the P5 slot.
So he took that up pretty quickly without too much fight. So now, for our top 5 LMP2s, besides Reed, who else needs to come in and get their pits taken care of?
I don't think anybody, because Khan came in about a lap or so before Hamoud's being in to be in, I guess. But Khan came in a lap or two before the Code 80 and took care of his service, and everybody else came in during that Code 80. They were able to get into the pits. Bentley lost the most, I believe. It was either Bentley or Tatu who lost the most, actually, because when they came in, were literally pulling into their box as it was going to the green flag. So they had to basically make an entire pit stop under green flag conditions. So that was the worst thing that happened. But they were, again, able to come in and get their service and not lose all that amount of time. but everybody else should hold roughly station, unless somebody has an issue. The only person that'll be the wild card again is Reed, who will have to come in. Although, I guess, I don't even think if you were backing off, you could make it 20 more minutes, roughly, without coming in for a pit stop. As I lie, and Ibrahim Khan comes into the pits. So...
It's unexpected. I wondered if there might have been somebody with a... Because we saw...
Good catch, yeah. Good catch on that one, because I wasn't...
I didn't know who it was, though, but you know, there was just sort of that feeling.
Comes into the pits. Are we all going for fastest laps now? What was all the fighting?
Yeah, a bit of a switch up from what we were expecting. That's a short stop, so I think it was just a splash and go.
Yeah.
For Khan. Christian Lewis. Oh no, right out into traffic.
Oh. That's not what you wanted to see. I should probably use my better judgment of using race view to figure that out. But yeah, so Sam Bentley did need to come in. That was a full fuel, should be a full fuel stop for him. Well, splash for the distance, but was needing that. I don't know why Khan came in, because Khan had only been out 14 laps
Right.
before. So I'm a little confused as to that. Which again, yeah, it was only 2 laps more than Jamie Tatui was out for, and he came in underneath or under the code 80. Expect Jacob Reed to be coming in this next lap.
It's the battle for 16th, so well down the order in the GTEs, but a driver's going to fight for any position he can get, and with under 20 to go, it's on with the Millennial Falcons.
They have not been the fastest car in the galaxy, unfortunately, today.
Now, although they did start off fairly strong, it seemed, and the race just sort of fell off from there. They kind of got tossed up in a couple scuffles, but it wasn't anything major. It's just they never really found the pace that they needed for the rest of the race.
And Christian Lewis's teammate is looking like he's going to probably come away with the class win at least. Yeah, Jacob Reed's into the pits now. He's been in for about 40 seconds. Yeah, it'll be interesting to see if Philippakos and maybe Tatui can get by him. Possibly not.
Yeah, that's a pretty sizable gap, unless he's fixing damage or something that happened, which I don't think is going to be the case.
He was in the pits, I think, for like a minute 5 or a minute 10. He's already back out there, so.
Yeah, although that pit timer is still going. Thank you, Studio 397. We hope to see you next time.
Of all the functionalities I want. Although that timer has come into play very nicely at times, figuring out the extent of how long you can run, rather than back calculating your forward calculating.
Right. Yeah, it wouldn't be a bad feature.
Yeah. Hey, you and Laura. has been given a track limits violation, so he'll have to come in and serve a track cut penalty issued by the game.
And that's going to lose him at least one spot. Cameron Sansano down in 9th place is less than 8 seconds behind him in closing. So to transverse pit road, is it a drive-through or is that stop and go?
Might be a stop and go. I think they might be stop and goes.
Guess we'll see here in a
We
second.
will see, yeah.
Either way, he is going to lose that spot easily.
But yeah, unfortunately that Hevesy Cirque, just a drive through.
Yeah.
The Hevesy Cirque battle did pan out exactly as we thought it would at the end of the race. I figured they'd be fighting all the way to the end, and Hevesy's been able to extend about a 12-second lead over Cirque.
Yeah, pretty sizable gap now. Lucas Arazi now within about a second behind Binsbergen. You can see the gap there with that corkscrew team. Check that. Notice just right now that we're missing the 99 BMW of Dan Hutt and Tom Voss, and H2O Namico. They did not make the race. Neither did the other OSR endurance team, number 80 of Nelson and Tempez.
Yeah, one of those was the third place in the championship car, if I'm not mistaken. We learned earlier today.
Of course, we saw some of the LMP2 teams missing from the list. It's interesting looking at the tire gap being provided by RaceView.
Oh, you mean the tire type?
Yeah.
Yeah, they don't work all the time. I would use this for the Formula Series. It would usually take them a lap, maybe two, to load the correct tire. Sometimes it wouldn't load the correct tire. It was fun, especially in wet races. You're like, did they go out on wets? Because it still says they're on softs.
Trying to look back here at what happened with Sam Butters coming into the chicane. Oh, it's unusual. I wasn't sure if maybe he had anything to do with Ammer in the background, because we saw that he had some issues, but just sort of his own thing.
And we might want to turn our attention now to a really good battle that's going to occur. That Radek Cirque is going to have to be holding off Michael Wozniak. Wozniak's within second and a half, and dropping to Radek Cirque for P2.
Yeah, so as Hevesy walks away, seemingly with a win in about 10 minutes, rest of the podium still getting sorted. So, do you think Cirque might have used his tires up a little bit to allow the solo team to get closed in?
I got no idea. Probably. It's just weird. In Plessy's, or in Alex Plessy's hands, this car was just completely different in the driver before Cirque's hands. He was able to draw people in. I don't know whether maybe the setup isn't to Cirque's liking, but I would say, then how was Cirque able to do what he did earlier on when he took over the car? I just don't know. Something's off. Oh, speaking of off, that sort bowl. Spun it around.
It's a weird spot.
It looks like if those are the tire tracks from it, he might have had help.
Jump back in time. I think he might have been close to the IDOS Porsche, and indeed he is.
Brake check there. Interesting.
Oh.
Bumping. Oh. Yeah. I think they're not too happy with each other.
You think?
Yeah.
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 That was... It's kind of a shame to see that.
And Wozniak's been able to get past Cirque. So Wozniak up at P2. Cirque just... The last hour of this race is just falling apart for this core team. But Cirque definitely not going to give up. Going to mount a challenge on the outside of the NDK chicane. Drives it way too deep, Cirque does. Has to take a lot of curb. And that's all she wrote. Cirque actually might be... I think those are lap cars behind. But Nico Barkley not too far behind Cirque. Probably too far behind to make up any realistic position, though. 26 as 26.6 seconds behind third place, so Barkley not probably going to be able to mount a attack. Ooh. Beautiful outside move. Oh, little bump, but Wozniak stays in it, and that
was the pass.
Yeah.
We can watch him if the replay holds out through here as he comes up through that chicane and just, yeah, full commit to send, and it was a bit too much.
Yeah, it was a little,
ambitious?
A little bit, I was going to say the postage was wrong.
Yeah.
So, I have to return that one. But yeah, it, stuff up. I don't think. I mean, Wozniak's not going to have enough time, unfortunately, to unless he has rocket fuel in that vehicle to catch Vesey. But Barkley's going to be too far back from Cirque. Really looking at the other battles, Thrassi and Bensbergen are about the closest battle on track right now. It's back in P12 and P13. It will be interesting to see if the LMP2s that did pit during that final Code 80 are able to... Did they get enough fuel in? Because we still have about 6 minutes to go, and they're running at about 35 minutes into their stints. So... That'll put them right at about 41 minutes. They should have enough, but if they bumped up the boost a little bit too much, they might have to save a little on that last lap.
Yeah, for sure. It's It's going to be interesting just to see how it pans out. Now, I mean, at this point, if you're close enough in fuel and there's really nobody around you in terms of time, and you can, you can just chop your engine mixture down. There's really no reason not to.
Whoa. The amount of curves that these guys take, I swear.
Oh, T and Lauer now going off. That Sim Apex P2 has just sort of been all over the track today.
It's a good thing it's that color.
That safety yellow, safety green kind of.
Yep.
Just trying to find their times here. I mean, they've had some pretty fast times throughout the day. They just they keep kind of putting a foot wrong in various parts of the race. I mean, they're still in the top 10, which, I mean, it's a smaller field, so it's not exactly a high bar at this point. But even regardless, I mean, it's not where you'd expect them to be. You'd see them like maybe a few positions up from where they are. Now,
looks like we might have a... Oh, go ahead.
I was going to say, with fourth place, Jamie Tatua's within 10 seconds. Is there anything that can happen there?
With Jamie, possibly. He is a very, very quick driver, but with, almost closing in on 3.5 minutes, I doubt it.
Who was that off?
See one of the Corvettes? Yeah, that looked like it was the Ollie McGowan car, who's battling Butters pretty fiercely. I was going to say McGowan and Butters have a battle going on that could be quite interesting. As Sarassi's had a spin or something, his deficit has ballooned now to almost, it was almost 10 seconds. It's a little under 10 seconds now. Wow. Wozniak is just left circling the dust. So about 2 minutes and 40 seconds left here in the 4 hours of Nurburgring. We have Jacob Reed leading from P2, looking to claim the overall points championship and overall win here today. And we have Gabor Vesey leading the GTE class over Jan Wozniak over 9.7 seconds. And Vesey is been up front in that IDOS car almost all day, but too much for the core team to overcome.
Yeah, for sure. Was watching Wozniak to see if he was going to be able to do anything to close in on Gabor Hevesi. Obviously, not nearly enough time left to make anything up, but if Gabor has, a wiggle or incident or something as some of these guys just kind of wrap up their race, it can still cause things to happen. And we're getting another caution as Alistair Young goes off again. I mean, that's one of those things, like, you have this X factor out on track that
right in front of the leader too. I just read behind him. Cool. Yeah, there you go.
So down to the final minute, and it looks like this is going to be the final lap of VSRA Season 1. At least for our leader.
There it is. Yep.
So Jacob Reed is effectively our winner for this race, bringing it home for the number 20. The team has done an excellent job. They are, we'll have to again look at the point standings, but yeah, this one's going to be big for these guys. Just has to get it home in one piece. They still could go off and completely wreck the car, but
they should still end up. They would end up winning by default though, because of the lap lead of the entire class.
Christian Lewis is off. Wow, way off over there. Touring the mountainside.
On Christian. There you go. Wozniak has closed that gap, but again, not enough time. Too little, too late, as they say. So
I think Solo Racing will still be pleased with that second place. I mean, a third would have been great. Or sorry, a first for their final race. They already have the season wrapped up, well in hand, but a nice second place is pretty good too. Good showing by that team. And there is your winner, Jacob Reed with Driller Academy.
And you got to say, him and his co-driver James Zuba, they didn't put a foot wrong today. They went out, did what they needed to do, and there's a reason they're going to be getting the virtual hardware at the end of today.
Exactly. Yeah, they put on a stellar race. Really surprised that we wouldn't see Hemmingson and Bentley up further. It looks like they're going to bring it home in 6th. And we're going to congratulate our our IDOS Motorsport GTE winner, Gabriel Vesey, giving a good old wiggle coming down to the end as his teammate tries to go and catch up.
As much wiggle as you can get going in a 911 RSR and not just die in it. Usually when those cars wiggle, it's a scary thing. All right, Alex, get your snapshots in. Clap, clap. Good job.
Go ahead and ruin the cars. I mean, it's not like you have to worry about it.
We're gonna have a Alex Zanardi, Jimmy Vasser moment from the US 500, or the 500 from back in, what was that, 1996?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So a couple drivers still coming in to the to finish their run. Shea Hatch managing to bring that American team down into 5th place after a pretty wild race. So
yeah.
From a couple yanks to another. Well done to that team. Good job, Grimaldi. So we'll go ahead and take a look at the session results here. Start with the GTEs. Good win by Hevesi and IDOS. Wozniak in 2nd. Good run, good race. Same with Cirque. And that
core team has to be a little bit disappointed though, because you were there, and then whatever happened toward the end. Joe Barkley, always being a straight up murderer on the track. Guy loves killing. Guy loves killing it. He will hunt people down as quickly as he can and get those places. A good 5th place by Grimelli and Che Hatch and Riley McKibben. Daniel Krasny, P6. Baz Zortenbull, P7. Vaughn Roberts, P8. Sam Butters in P9. And Ollie McGowan, P10. That car was up there in P6 for a lot of the race with Alex Jones behind the wheel, but just not able to sustain it. So.
Yeah, that was yeah. Checking out the back half of the order.
Yeah, you have Nikki Vaslin in P11, Yele Binsbergen in P12, Luca Sarasi P13, Roman Prickrill in P14, Tim Haynes P15, Alistair Jung 16, Christian Lewis P17, Tomas Correala in P18, Martin Terbrake in P19, and Nicolo Musiu DNF, unfortunately, for that HG Sports entry in Heat.
Right at the end there. Looking through at the P2s, Jacob Reed, obviously we saw him taking it away at the end there. Philippakos with the corkscrew guys in second.
Keep rolling, Ross. You're on a roll.
Tatoué bringing it home in third. Ibrahim Khan fourth. Toko in fifth, managing to pull it up there and get 4 and 5 right in a row for Seawolf. Sam Bentley bringing it up in sixth after that disconnect. Amr Hamad seventh. Cameron Cinsano and Tien Lauer ninth, with that being the end of the running order for the rest of the P2s. So I mean they good kind of on the long run there, but yeah. So that's pretty much it for the season. We would like to speculate on where the points are, and we think we know who is going to finish where they're supposed to, but as there are still penalties needing to be handed out, things could change. So we're just gonna kind of sit back and kind of anticipate where that's gonna land. And I didn't see anything too egregious. So I think that.
No, I think Liam hit it on the head when he was on for our interview. If you want to catch that, I believe it was right around hour 2, 2:15 to 2 left in the race. He said the driving standards were much improved, and I'd have to agree.
Yeah, for sure. Couple bumps here and there, but mostly it was in class 4 position. There wasn't really too much where you had class to class clashing. Say that fast. But
yeah, if it was anything, it was more the GTs almost getting a little too racy with the P2s. The P2s were very well behaved today.
Yeah, for sure. There was. It's great to see that the standards have improved, and these guys have done a phenomenal job, both in the cockpits and behind the scenes, and just getting everything together and really bringing VSRA up to the level that I think the original coordinators were looking to bring it to. So, good job to everyone there, and yeah, everyone in the comments who are just tearing this thing up. But yeah, we have the 24 Hours of Spa to look forward to for VSRA coming up, and that event is going to be, let me see if I can pull it up, coming up I think in the next little bit here. So that's August 1st through 2nd, and it'll be the full 24 hours, full day, night. It'll should be good. It looks like it's going to be GT3 for that one. Prize money, if anybody's interested, £125 for first place, 75 for second, 50 for third. So, yeah, for a single race, kind of a nice little payday coming through if you can make it and hang out and do good.
Yeah. It'll hopefully we'll get some people who normally don't or haven't thought racing in this league to give it a look and get some good exposure for the league, and hopefully, see what goes on from there. I know the guys behind the scenes have been brainstorming stuff, but a 24-hour race is always a fun time.
Yeah, for sure. It's um, it's definitely difficult to put together from the perspective of the guys running the thing, especially if you want to get in on it, because it's like, well, it's 24 hours, and I get in there and do a little work myself, run a stint, but yeah, then having to get back out and deal with everything else going on track. Uh, but yeah, 24 hours of Spa coming up. Again, congratulations to everyone who participated in the first season of VSRA and making it a resounding success. Thank you, Tyler, for being here and hanging out with me and doing you. Unless you, I guess you left me, huh?
Indeed,
Oh.
I think you cut out. I'm I'm getting every third word here, probably because of my lovely American internet connection. But yeah, no, thanks for having me, Ross. Always a pleasure working with you. Have a happy July 4th, and yeah, we'll be looking to probably give you a hand at the Spa 24. Not driving. Um, Maybe engineering, but probably commentating for the most part. So yeah, it'll be fun. Looking forward to that at the beginning of August, so in about a month's time.
All right. Well, on that note, fortunately we don't have any takers for an interview, so I guess we'll end it there, and we'll see you all at Spa.